Hey guys, tonight we begin with some of the biggest lies, myths, and misunderstandings that still cling to ancient Greece, like olive oil on a philosopher's toga. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. When most people think of ancient Greece, one image usually marches straight into their minds. A Spartan warrior standing heroically on a battlefield, muscles gleaming in the sun, shield raised, ready to defeat an entire army through discipline, courage, and what Hollywood would later determine was a severe shortage of shirts. According to popular culture, Spartans were essentially the ancient world's version of superheroes. They never retreated, never lost, never doubted themselves, and apparently spent every waking moment preparing for battle while delivering inspirational one-liners. The reality, as usual, is far less cinematic and considerably more human. There is no question that Sparta possessed one of the most respected military systems in ancient Greece. Spartan boys entered a demanding educational and military training program known as the agoge. From an early age, they were taught discipline, endurance, obedience, and survival skills. Life was intentionally difficult. Comfort was treated almost like a dangerous enemy. If a modern parent enrolled their child in the agoge today, social services would arrive before lunchtime. This training produced highly capable soldiers, and Spartan armies earned a reputation that intimidated rivals throughout Greece. But somewhere along the way, highly effective soldiers transformed into unbeatable warrior gods. History tends to do that. One of the main reasons is the famous Battle of Thermopylae in 480 BC. Most people know the basic story. King Leonidas and a small Greek force held a narrow mountain pass against the invading Persian army. The Spartans fought bravely, refused to surrender, and became symbols of courage for generations. It is an incredible story. It is also a story about losing. The Persians won. This detail often gets quietly escorted out of the room whenever Thermopylae is discussed. The battle became so legendary that many people remember the heroism while forgetting the outcome. It is one of the few military defeats that managed to secure a better public relations campaign than many victories. And Thermopylae was hardly Sparta's only battle. The Spartans lost wars. They lost campaigns. They lost individual battles. Most importantly, they lost their position as Greece's dominant military power. In 371 BC, the city-state of Thebes defeated Sparta at the Battle of Leuctra. The Theban commander Epaminondas used innovative tactics that completely disrupted Spartan expectations. This was deeply inconvenient for a society whose entire brand revolved around being unbeatable. The defeat shocked the Greek world. For generations, people had assumed Spartan armies could not be overcome in open battle. Suddenly, they had been overcome quite thoroughly. Adding to Sparta's difficulties was a problem they could never fully solve. Their society depended on a large population of helots, an enslaved class that greatly outnumbered Spartan citizens. The Spartans spent enormous amounts of time worrying about revolts and maintaining control. Imagine building the most feared military state in Greece, only to spend much of your energy nervously checking whether your workforce was planning to overthrow you. The truth is that Sparta was impressive enough without the exaggerations. Its soldiers were disciplined, its military culture was unique, and its influence was enormous. But the Spartans were not invincible. They were not superhuman. They were not undefeated. They were simply very skilled warriors who happened to acquire one of the greatest marketing campaigns in human history. A campaign that has been running successfully for about 2,500 years. That kind of longevity would make even the Spartans proud. If there is one achievement that ancient Greece proudly claims as a gift to the modern world, it is democracy. Ask almost anyone what Athens is famous for, and somewhere near the top of the list, you'll hear the phrase, birthplace of democracy. It sounds impressive. Noble citizens gathering together, debating important issues, voting on laws, and shaping the future of their society through reasoned discussion. And to be fair, that did happen. The catch is that the word citizens was doing an extraordinary amount of work. When people hear the term democracy today, they usually imagine a system where most adults have the right to vote. Ancient Athens had a rather different interpretation. Athenian democracy allowed participation only to adult male citizens born to citizen parents. Women could not vote. Foreign residents could not vote. Slaves could not vote. Children could not vote. As a result, a large percentage of the population had absolutely no political voice whatsoever. Imagine announcing that everyone is invited to a feast, then revealing that everyone actually refers to a surprisingly specific guest list. Yet within those limits, Athenian democracy was genuinely revolutionary. Unlike many neighbouring societies ruled by kings, tyrants, or aristocrats, Athens allowed eligible citizens to vote directly on important issues. Thousands could gather in assemblies to debate laws, military campaigns, taxes, and foreign policy. In theory, ordinary citizens had significant influence over government decisions. In practice, things were sometimes messier. Political debates could become emotional, personal, and chaotic. Popular speakers often swayed crowds with charisma rather than wisdom. Citizens occasionally voted for policies they later regretted. Sometimes they even voted to exile politicians they disliked. For 10 years, through a process called ostracism, Athenians could write a person's name on a pottery shard and collectively send them away from the city. It was essentially democracy mixed with a very large public grudge. Some historians jokingly describe it as ancient social media, except the consequences were considerably more dramatic. Even famous figures were not immune. Successful generals, influential politicians, and respected leaders could suddenly find themselves on the wrong side of public opinion. Despite its flaws, Athenian democracy was a remarkable experiment. It introduced ideas about citizenship, participation, and political accountability that would influence governments for centuries. But the popular image of a fully inclusive democratic paradise simply isn't accurate. Ancient Athens helped invent democracy. It just hadn't yet figured out the part where nearly everyone gets a vote. That particular upgrade would take another couple of thousand years. History, much like government bureaucracy, occasionally moves at a leisurely pace. Today, when we think of Greek philosophers, we often picture wise old men calmly discussing the meaning of life, while everyone around them listens with admiration and takes careful notes. Ancient Greece itself tells a different story. Many philosophers were respected, certainly. Some attracted devoted students and gained influence across the Greek world. But others were viewed as irritating troublemakers, dangerous thinkers, or people with entirely too much free time. Take Socrates, perhaps the most famous philosopher in history. Modern textbooks often present him as a symbol of wisdom and reason. Yet many Athenians found him deeply annoying. His favourite hobby seems to have been walking up to people, asking difficult questions, exposing flaws in their arguments, and then asking even more questions. Imagine spending years building a reputation as an expert on something, only for a barefoot man in the marketplace to politely dismantle your entire worldview before lunch. Not surprisingly, this did not make him universally popular. Socrates questioned politicians, craftsmen, poets, and public figures. He challenged assumptions and encouraged people to think critically about ideas they had always accepted. While some admired him, others saw him as a threat to social order. Eventually, Athens put him on trial. The charges included corrupting the youth and disrespecting traditional religious beliefs. He was found guilty and sentenced to death. The most famous philosopher in Greek history did not receive a Lifetime Achievement Award. He received poison. That alone should tell us that philosophers were not always cherished members of society. Nor was Socrates unique. Many intellectuals found themselves caught in political controversies. The philosopher Anaxagoras was accused of impiety. Protagoras faced hostility for questioning traditional religious ideas. Aristotle himself eventually fled Athens after the death of Alexander the Great. According to tradition, Aristotle explained that he wanted to prevent Athens from sinning twice against philosophy, a reference to the execution of Socrates. In other words, he saw the warning signs and decided that discretion was the better part of staying alive. Even famous philosophers who avoided legal trouble often became targets of jokes. The playwright Aristophanes famously mocked intellectuals in his comedies. Philosophers were portrayed as eccentric, impractical, and disconnected from reality. Some stereotypes have impressive longevity. One philosopher, Diogenes, embraced the criticism so completely that he reportedly lived in a large storage jar, insulted powerful people, and wandered around carrying a lamp in daylight looking for an honest man. To be fair, if you spend your afternoon searching for honesty in politics, people may assume you're conducting philosophy. The truth is that ancient Greece loved ideas, but it did not always love the people presenting them. Philosophers helped shape Western thought, yet many spent their lives arguing, offending, provoking, and occasionally fleeing. In short, they were intellectual celebrities, and like many celebrities, they were often admired right up until the moment they became inconvenient. If you've ever walked through a museum filled with ancient Greek statues, you've probably noticed something. They're all very white marble faces, white marble bodies, white marble heroes staring nobly into the distance as if they have spent the last 2,000 years contemplating important philosophical questions. This has led many people to believe that the ancient Greeks deliberately created their art in pure white marble because they considered it the height of beauty and sophistication. There's only one problem. They didn't. In reality, most Greek statues were painted, brightly painted, painfully brightly painted in some cases. The statues that survive today have lost most of their original colours after centuries of exposure to weather, sunlight, moisture, and human beings doing what human beings do best, accidentally destroying historical evidence. When archaeologists began examining statues closely, they discovered tiny traces of pigments still clinging to the stone. Advanced imaging techniques later revealed that many sculptures had originally been covered in vivid reds, blues, greens, yellows, and golds. Some even featured detailed patterns on clothing, painted eyes, colourful hair, and decorative accessories. In other words, ancient Greek statues often looked less like elegant museum pieces and more like expensive luxury collectibles. If you could magically transport one into a modern art gallery, many visitors would probably assume it belonged in a toy convention. This revelation shocked scholars when it first gained widespread attention. For centuries, people had built entire artistic movements around the idea of pure white Greek sculpture. During the Renaissance and later the neoclassical period, artists admired what they believed was the Greeks' preference for clean, uncoloured marble. The irony is almost impressive. European artists spent hundreds of years copying a version of Greek art that had accidentally lost most of its paint. The Greeks themselves would likely have been confused by the misunderstanding. Imagine painting your house bright blue, only for future generations to discover it after the paint has faded away and conclude that you were passionately devoted to plain concrete. The colours served important purposes. They made details easier to see, highlighted clothing and armour, emphasised facial features, and brought religious statues to life. Temples were colourful too, often decorated with painted sculptures and vibrant architectural details. Ancient Greece was not the world of endless white stone that many people imagine. It was colourful, very colourful, perhaps uncomfortably colourful for some modern tastes. The biggest lesson here is that history often survives in fragments. What we see today is not always what people saw at the time. The ancient Greeks lived in a world bursting with colour, but after 2,000 years, most of that colour quietly disappeared. The myth remained. The paint did not. When modern films portray ancient Greece, the casting often follows a familiar formula. Everyone is tall. Everyone is handsome. Everyone possesses perfect hair despite lacking modern shampoo. And everyone seems to spend their free time training for a statue competition. The result is an image of ancient Greece populated almost entirely by athletic supermodels who occasionally paused their beauty routines long enough to invent philosophy. Reality, unsurprisingly, was more diverse. Ancient Greece was not a single unified country. It was a collection of independent city-states scattered across the Mediterranean and Aegean worlds. Greek communities stretched from mainland Greece to islands, coastal Asia Minor, southern Italy, Sicily, North Africa, and beyond. Merchants, sailors, soldiers, diplomats, and settlers moved constantly throughout these regions. As a result, the Greek world was connected to an enormous network of peoples and cultures. Athenians looked different from Spartans. Islanders looked different from mainland Greeks. Greeks living in Egypt often had different experiences from Greeks living along the Black Sea. Even within the same city, people came from a variety of backgrounds. Ancient writers themselves occasionally commented on physical differences between populations. They understood perfectly well that people from different regions did not all look identical. The modern image of a single Greek appearance is largely a later invention. Part of the confusion comes from Greek art. Statues often depict idealized human forms rather than ordinary people. Sculptors wanted to represent perfection, not necessarily reality. Muscles were enhanced, features were refined, bodies were proportioned according to artistic ideals. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of heavily edited social media photos. If archaeologists 2,000 years from now judged modern humanity entirely from fitness advertisements, they might conclude that every person spends 6 hours a day exercising and never eats an entire pizza alone. History would be deeply mistaken. Ancient Greek writers were actually aware of this tendency toward idealization. Philosophers frequently discussed beauty, perfection, and the relationship between appearance and reality. The statues represented aspirations as much as observations. Meanwhile, ordinary Greeks were busy dealing with ordinary problems. They worked farms, they ran shops, they argued with neighbours, they worried about taxes, they suffered injuries, illnesses, and all the other inconveniences associated with being human. Most did not resemble Achilles stepping out of a heroic painting. The broader lesson is an important one. Ancient Greece was not a civilization populated by identical philosopher-athletes carved from marble. It was a vibrant, complex world, filled with different communities, different appearances, and different ways of life. The Greeks gave us many remarkable ideas, The notion that everyone looked like a modern movie star was not one of them. That contribution belongs entirely to the film industry, which has never met a historical figure it couldn't improve with better lighting. When people think about the Olympic Games today, they often imagine athletes from around the world gathering in the spirit of friendship, unity, and healthy competition. Ancient Greeks would have recognized the competition part. The rest might have puzzled them. The original Olympic Games were certainly prestigious. Winning at Olympia brought enormous honor to both the athlete and their city-state. Victors could become local celebrities, receive valuable rewards, enjoy public recognition, and have their names remembered for generations. What they did not receive was a silver medal for trying their best. Ancient Greek athletics were intensely competitive. The goal was simple: win, not finish second, not achieve a personal best, not participate for the experience. Win. In fact, only first place truly mattered. There were no gold, silver, and bronze medals. If you came second, history generally responded with a polite shrug and moved on. This created an environment where athletes trained obsessively. Many competitors spent years preparing for a single opportunity at Olympic glory. Training required strict discipline, specialized diets, and relentless practice. Professional coaches existed. Wealthy sponsors supported promising athletes. Entire city-states invested prestige in successful competitors. The pressure was enormous. Imagine spending 4 years preparing for an event where the difference between first place and second place was the difference between becoming a legend and becoming a footnote. Naturally, some people looked for shortcuts. Cheating was a recurring problem. Athletes were caught bribing opponents, bribing officials, and violating competition rules. The Greeks were passionate about fair competition, but they were also human, which unfortunately has always complicated matters. When athletes were caught cheating, they could receive heavy fines. Some of that money was used to build bronze statues that publicly shamed the offenders. Imagine getting caught breaking the rules and having the punishment include funding your own permanent embarrassment. It was surprisingly efficient. The events themselves could be brutal. Boxing had no weight classes. The pancration, a popular combat sport, combined wrestling and boxing into something that looked alarmingly close to organized chaos. Almost anything was permitted except biting and eye gouging. Apparently, the Greeks believed there had to be standards somewhere. Serious injuries were common. Broken bones happened. Knockouts happened. Occasionally, athletes died during competition. This was not exactly a family fun run. Even spectators could become involved in disputes. Rivalries between city-states were intense, and emotions sometimes boiled over into arguments, accusations, and conflicts. The Olympic Games were magnificent events that united the Greek world through shared traditions, but they were not peaceful festivals filled with gentle sportsmanship and mutual encouragement. They were high-stakes competitions where fame, honour, and civic pride were on the line. The athletes came to Olympia seeking glory. The friendship part was mostly a bonus, if it happened at all. If modern popular culture were our only source of information, we might conclude that ancient Greece consisted of exactly 2 places: Athens and Sparta. Everyone else apparently spent centuries standing quietly off camera, waiting for the famous cities to finish making history. The reality was considerably more crowded. Ancient Greece was made up of hundreds of city-states, known as polis. Each had its own government, traditions, ambitions, and rivalries. Some were powerful naval centres. Others dominated trade routes. Some became military powers. Others grew wealthy through commerce and industry. Many played major roles in shaping Greek history, yet most receive little attention today. Take Corinth, for example. Located on a narrow strip of land connecting mainland Greece to the Peloponnese, Corinth occupied one of the most strategically valuable positions in the Greek world. Merchants travelling by land or sea often passed through the city, bringing wealth from across the Mediterranean. Corinth became one of the richest cities in Greece. Its influence stretched far beyond its borders. Ancient visitors often described it as prosperous, busy, and filled with opportunities. In modern terms, it was something like a major international commercial hub, except with more temples and fewer parking problems. Then there was Thebes. Today, many people know Thebes primarily because it appears in Greek myths involving Oedipus, Antigone, and a truly impressive amount of family drama. Historically, however, Thebes became one of the most powerful military states in Greece. In 371 BC, Theban forces defeated Sparta at the Battle of Leuctra, ending centuries of Spartan dominance. The victory shocked the Greek world. Imagine spending generations building a reputation as the toughest military force alive, only to discover that another Greek city had not received the memo. Thebes briefly became the leading power in Greece. Not bad for a city that often gets treated like a supporting character. Far to the west, Syracuse emerged as one of the most important Greek cities in Sicily. It grew wealthy, powerful, and influential enough to challenge major rivals throughout the Mediterranean. At times, Syracuse was larger and richer than many cities on the Greek mainland. Yet modern discussions of ancient Greece often skip past it entirely. Even smaller city-states contributed to Greek culture, philosophy, science, politics, and warfare. Their histories intertwined through alliances, rivalries, trade agreements, and conflicts that lasted for generations. The truth is that ancient Greece was never a simple story about Athens and Sparta. It was a complicated network of competing cities, each convinced it was the centre of civilization. Which, if we're being fair, is a remarkably Greek attitude. The famous cities deserve their reputation. They just weren't alone in making history. Their neighbours had plenty to say about that, usually quite loudly. If Hollywood has taught the world anything about ancient Greece, it is apparently this. Every Greek citizen owned a spotless white toga. They spent their days standing around marble buildings, discussing philosophy, and somehow keeping those white garments perfectly clean, despite living in a dusty, ancient city filled with animals, markets, workshops, and people. This image is so common that many people are surprised to learn the Greeks weren't actually the toga-wearing civilization. That was Rome. The toga was a distinctly Roman garment, not a Greek one. Ancient Greeks had their own styles of clothing, and they looked quite different. The most common garment was the chiton, a tunic-like piece of clothing usually made from linen or wool. Men and women wore different versions depending on fashion, social status, and local customs. Over the chiton, people often wore a himation, a large cloak that could be wrapped around the body in various ways. The clothing was practical, adaptable, and suitable for the Mediterranean climate. It was also colourful. There is that inconvenient colour problem again. Just as Greek statues were originally painted, Greek clothing was often dyed using natural pigments. Reds, yellows, blues, greens, and purples could all be found throughout the Greek world. Wealthier citizens often displayed their status through higher quality fabrics and more expensive dyes. The average Greek citizen did not spend every day dressed like an extra in a black and white film, nor did everyone dress the same. Clothing varied significantly depending on location, profession, wealth, age, and occasion. A farmer working in the fields wore something very different from a wealthy Athenian politician attending a public assembly. This may sound obvious, but popular culture occasionally gives the impression that entire civilizations received a single approved outfit. Ancient life was rarely that organized. If you asked an ancient Greek where to find the most reliable advice in the world, many would have pointed you toward the Oracle of Delphi. Located on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, the sanctuary of Apollo attracted visitors from across the Greek world and beyond. Kings, generals, politicians, merchants, and ordinary citizens all made the journey hoping to receive divine guidance. The oracle's reputation was extraordinary. People consulted her before wars, before founding colonies, before major political decisions, before important personal choices. Essentially, if something mattered, someone eventually asked Delphi about it. Modern retellings often present the oracle as a supernatural figure who delivered precise predictions about the future. The actual experience was usually much less straightforward. One of the most famous examples involved Croesus, the wealthy king of Lydia. Before attacking the Persian Empire, Croesus sent messengers to Delphi to ask whether he should go to war. The oracle reportedly answered that if he crossed the river and attacked, a great empire would be destroyed. This sounded promising, so Croesus invaded. The prediction came true. A great empire was destroyed. Unfortunately for Croesus, it was his own. This story perfectly illustrates why Delphi maintained such an impressive reputation for accuracy. Many prophecies were vague enough to accommodate multiple outcomes. If events unfolded one way, the prophecy seemed correct. If events unfolded another way, the prophecy still seemed correct. It was a remarkably durable business model. Modern politicians occasionally look at this strategy with admiration. The oracle herself, known as the Pythia, served as Apollo's priestess. During ceremonies, she delivered responses that priests then interpreted and communicated to visitors. Exactly how the process worked remains debated by historians. Ancient accounts describe mysterious rituals, sacred ceremonies, and altered states of consciousness. Some scholars have even suggested that natural gases rising from geological faults may have played a role in the oracle's experiences. Others remain skeptical. What everyone agrees on is that the sanctuary became one of the most influential religious centres in the ancient world. Importantly, visitors did not simply receive answers to factual questions. The responses often required interpretation. Lots of interpretation. In some cases, entire political debates emerged over what a prophecy actually meant. Imagine receiving guidance so ambiguous that you needed a committee meeting just to understand your fortune. Yet people continued to trust Delphi for centuries. Part of this was religious faith, part was tradition, and part was the oracle's remarkable ability to offer advice that remained relevant regardless of what happened next. The truth is that Delphi was not a magical prediction machine delivering crystal-clear forecasts of the future. It was a religious institution operating in a world filled with uncertainty, and perhaps that explains its success. After all, humans have never stopped searching for answers. We've merely upgraded from mountain sanctuaries to internet comment sections, with results that are not necessarily more reliable. Ancient Greece gave the world some genuinely important medical advances. Greek physicians observed symptoms, recorded cases, studied the human body, and searched for natural explanations for disease rather than automatically blaming angry gods or evil spirits. Compared to many earlier approaches, this was a remarkable step forward. But before we start imagining modern hospitals filled with stethoscopes and medical degrees, we should remember one important fact. They were still guessing. A lot. The most famous Greek physician was Hippocrates, whose name survives today in the Hippocratic Oath taken by many doctors. He encouraged careful observation and professional standards, helping medicine become a more systematic field. This was excellent. The problem was that ancient doctors lacked a detailed understanding of anatomy, bacteria, viruses, genetics, or virtually anything that modern medicine relies upon. As a result, they often built impressive theories upon foundations that were completely wrong. One of the most influential ideas was the theory of the four humours. According to this belief, the human body contained four essential fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Health depended on maintaining the proper balance between them. If you became sick, doctors assumed one or more humours had fallen out of balance. This sounds reasonable until you realise nobody actually knew what black bile was. Even ancient writers struggled to explain it clearly, yet for centuries, physicians treated countless patients based on this theory. The prescribed treatments could be unusual. If doctors believed you had too much blood, they might recommend bloodletting. If they suspected an imbalance in another humour, they could prescribe special diets, purges, vomiting, fasting, or various herbal remedies. Some treatments probably helped, others almost certainly did not, and a few likely made patients wonder whether the disease had been the safer option. Greek doctors also paid close attention to lifestyle. They believed exercise, diet, sleep, climate, and daily habits affected health. In this regard, they were often surprisingly insightful. Many recommendations involving moderation and physical activity still sound sensible today. Then again, some medical advice was less timeless. Ancient physicians frequently disagreed with one another, proposed competing theories, and argued over treatments. In fairness, modern doctors also disagree sometimes. The difference is that modern debates generally involve laboratories, rather than discussions about excess phlegm. Despite their mistakes, Greek physicians deserve considerable credit. They helped move medicine away from pure superstition and toward observation and reasoning. That was a major achievement. The truth is that ancient medicine occupied an uncomfortable middle ground between science and speculation. The Greeks were asking many of the right questions, but they lacked the tools needed to find the right answers. Progress had begun. It just had a very long journey ahead. And unfortunately for many patients, that journey occasionally involved being bled, purged, and handed a questionable herbal drink before being sent home. Ask someone to name a famous figure from ancient Greece, and there is a very good chance the answer will be Alexander the Great. It's not difficult to understand why. By the age of 30, Alexander had conquered one of the largest empires the ancient world had ever seen. His armies marched from Greece to Egypt, through Persia, and all the way to the edges of India. His achievements were so extraordinary that even his enemies often admired him. Few historical figures have earned the title the Great quite so convincingly. But there is a downside to Alexander's enormous reputation. He tends to overshadow nearly everyone else. Modern discussions of ancient Greece sometimes create the impression that thousands of years of Greek history were simply leading up to Alexander's arrival, after which everyone collectively agreed that history had reached its peak. The actual Greeks might have objected to this interpretation. After all, Greek civilization had already been producing remarkable individuals for centuries before Alexander was even born. Consider Solon, the Athenian lawmaker whose reforms helped lay the foundations for democracy, or Pericles, whose leadership guided Athens during much of its golden age. Without Pericles, many of the achievements we associate with classical Athens might never have happened. Then there was Socrates, whose questions transformed philosophy. His student Plato established one of history's most influential schools of thought. Plato's student Aristotle went on to study subjects ranging from biology to politics to ethics. At this point, ancient Greek education starts to resemble a remarkably successful referral program. Beyond philosophy, there were scientists and inventors, Archimedes developed mathematical principles that still astonish people today. Hipparchus made groundbreaking contributions to astronomy. Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth with surprising accuracy, using little more than observation, geometry, and an impressive amount of confidence. Meanwhile, playwrights like Sophocles and Euripides created works that are still performed more than 2,000 years later. Most writers would be pleased if people remembered their work for 2 years. These men achieved 2 millennia. Even in warfare, Alexander was not alone. Themistocles played a crucial role in defeating the Persian invasion. Leonidas became a symbol of resistance. Epaminondas revolutionized military tactics and defeated Sparta at its peak. The truth is that ancient Greece was filled with extraordinary individuals long before Alexander arrived and long after he died. Alexander deserves his fame. But Greek history is not a one-man show. It is a vast collection of thinkers, leaders, artists, scientists, generals, and innovators whose achievements shaped the world in countless ways. Alexander may be the brightest star in the constellation. He's just not the only one shining there. When people talk about the achievements of ancient Greece, they usually focus on the philosophers, the poets, the scientists, and the politicians. And those achievements were remarkable. But there is an uncomfortable truth hiding behind many of them. Ancient Greek civilization relied heavily on slavery. In fact, slavery was so common that most Greeks barely questioned its existence. This can be difficult for modern audiences to understand because we tend to associate slavery with specific periods of history. For the Greeks, however, it was woven into everyday life. Slaves worked in homes, workshops, farms, mines, construction projects, and businesses throughout the Greek world. Many wealthy households owned slaves. Some middle-class households owned slaves. Even people who were not particularly wealthy sometimes hoped to own slaves if they could afford them. The institution was deeply embedded in society. Athens, the city celebrated as the birthplace of democracy, depended heavily on enslaved labour. This creates one of the great contradictions of ancient Greece. The same society that produced passionate discussions about freedom, citizenship, justice, and political participation also denied those rights to large portions of its population. A citizen might spend the morning debating liberty in the assembly and the afternoon returning home to a household maintained by enslaved workers. History is often less tidy than we would like. The situation in Sparta was even more extreme. Spartan society depended on a large population known as helots. These were not slaves in exactly the same sense as those found elsewhere in Greece, but they lived under severe restrictions and were forced to work the land for Spartan citizens. In many areas, helots vastly outnumbered the Spartans themselves. This imbalance created constant anxiety. Much of Sparta's military culture was shaped by the fear of rebellion. Spartan leaders worried continually about maintaining control over a population that had every reason to dislike them, which, if we're being honest, was not an entirely irrational concern. Conditions varied greatly depending on location and circumstance. Some slaves worked in households and developed relatively stable relationships with their owners. Others faced brutal treatment. The silver mines at Laurion near Athens were especially notorious. Thousands of enslaved workers endured dangerous conditions underground, performing exhausting labour that helped fuel the city's economy. Few Greek philosophers openly challenged the institution. Even thinkers whose ideas influenced modern concepts of justice often accepted slavery as a normal part of society. The truth is that many of ancient Greece's greatest achievements rested upon foundations that included forced labour. This does not erase Greek accomplishments, nor does it excuse the system. Instead, It reminds us that civilizations are complicated. The Greeks gave the world extraordinary ideas about freedom and citizenship, but they did not apply those ideas equally to everyone around them. Like many societies throughout history, they saw contradictions that seem obvious to us while remaining surprisingly invisible to themselves. When modern people think about ancient Greece, they often imagine a single civilization moving through history together, united by language, culture, and a shared identity. The Greeks themselves would probably have found this idea amusing, or suspicious, or a useful excuse to start another war. The truth is that ancient Greece was almost never politically united. Instead, it consisted of hundreds of independent city-states, each fiercely protective of its own interests. Athens had its priorities. Sparta had its priorities. Corinth had its priorities. Thebes had its priorities. And quite often, those priorities involved arguing with one another. The Greeks shared a common language, similar religious traditions, and many cultural practices. They worshipped the same gods, celebrated common festivals, and competed in events like the Olympic Games. But these shared traditions did not magically create political harmony. If anything, they often provided more opportunities for rivalry. Athens and Sparta offer the most famous example. During the Persian Wars, Greek city-states managed to cooperate against the enormous Persian Empire. Together, they achieved remarkable victories that preserved Greek independence. For a brief moment, unity seemed possible. Then the Persians stopped being an immediate threat, and the Greeks returned to what they did best, competing with other Greeks. The rivalry between Athens and Sparta eventually exploded into the Peloponnesian War, one of the most destructive conflicts in Greek history. The war lasted for decades, devastated entire regions, weakened both sides, and left much of Greece exhausted. The historian Thucydides recorded the conflict in extraordinary detail, and one thing becomes clear very quickly. Nobody was having a good time. Cities switched alliances. Former allies became enemies. Political factions fought each other. Military campaigns dragged on year after year. At several points, everyone involved seemed determined to prove that cooperation had merely been a temporary administrative error. Even after Sparta eventually emerged victorious, peace remained elusive. Thebes rose to challenge Spartan dominance. Other city-states formed new alliances. Old rivalries continued. The cycle repeated itself with remarkable consistency. This constant division had serious consequences. By the 4th century BC, years of warfare had weakened many Greek states. When Philip II of Macedon began expanding his power, the Greeks struggled to present a united front. Many cities remained too busy distrusting one another. History occasionally offers painful lessons about the cost of disunity. Ancient Greece provides several. The truth is that Greek civilization was connected by culture far more than by politics. The Greeks often saw themselves as part of a broader Hellenic world, but their primary loyalty usually belonged to their own city-state. They were united just often enough to accomplish remarkable things, and divided often enough to make those accomplishments considerably more difficult, which, in fairness, is a pattern that would remain familiar throughout much of human history. By now, a pattern has probably started to emerge. The Spartans were not invincible. Democracy was limited. Philosophers were controversial. The Olympic Games were brutal. The Greeks were rarely united. And yet, despite all these myths falling away, ancient Greece remains one of the most influential civilizations in history. Which brings us to perhaps the biggest misconception of all. The idea that ancient Greece, particularly the famous Golden Age of Athens, was some kind of flawless era of wisdom, enlightenment, and intellectual perfection. It wasn't. The Golden Age produced extraordinary achievements. The Parthenon was built. Great works of literature were written. Philosophy flourished. Art, architecture, science, and politics reached impressive new heights. But everyday life remained far from ideal. Athens was filled with political rivalries, public scandals, corruption, legal disputes, and social inequalities. Politicians frequently attacked one another. Citizens argued constantly. Laws changed. Factions competed for influence. Public opinion could shift rapidly and unpredictably. In other words, it was populated by human beings. The city also faced recurring outbreaks of disease. During the Peloponnesian War, a devastating plague struck Athens, killing thousands of people. Entire families disappeared. Social order weakened. Fear spread throughout the city. The greatest intellectual centre in Greece proved just as vulnerable to disease as any other ancient society. Then there was warfare. Modern discussions often focus on Greek philosophy, while quietly ignoring how much time the Greeks spent fighting. A lot. Wars between city-states were common. Military service was expected. Entire generations grew up knowing that conflict could arrive at any moment. Even Athens, famous for its cultural achievements, devoted enormous resources to military power. The reality is that Greek civilization balanced brilliance and violence side by side. The same society that produced Plato also produced political executions. The same civilization that built magnificent temples also relied on slavery. The same people who debated justice and virtue could be ruthless toward rivals. None of this makes ancient Greece less impressive. In fact, it makes it more interesting. The greatest civilizations in history are rarely perfect. They succeed not because they overcome every flaw, but because they manage to create remarkable achievements despite those flaws. Ancient Greece changed the world through its ideas, discoveries, and innovations. Its influence can still be seen in modern politics, philosophy, science, literature, and art. But the Greeks were not mythical heroes living in a golden paradise. They were ordinary people navigating extraordinary circumstances. They made mistakes. They argued. They failed. They succeeded. And perhaps that's the real lesson hidden beneath all the myths. Ancient Greece was not remarkable because it was perfect. It was remarkable because it was human. And 2,500 years later, we're still talking about it, which is probably more impressive than being undefeated at Thermopylae ever was. When people imagined Constantinople, they pictured sunlight shining from golden church domes, busy harbours packed with ships from 3 continents, and enormous walls guarding the richest city in Europe. Travellers wrote about magnificent palaces, crowded markets, and ceremonies so extravagant they could make neighbouring kings question their career choices. What few people realised was that beneath this glorious city existed another Constantinople, a hidden Constantinople, a dark labyrinth of cisterns, tunnels, chambers, passageways, forgotten foundations, and mysterious spaces buried beneath centuries of construction. While merchants haggled above ground and emperors ruled from marble halls, an entirely different world remained concealed below their feet. The underground story of Constantinople began with a simple problem: water. The city occupied a strategic peninsula, protected by the sea on 3 sides. This made it difficult to conquer, but it also created a challenge. A population that sometimes approached 500,000 people required an enormous and reliable water supply. Public baths, fountains, monasteries, workshops, and imperial palaces consumed staggering quantities every day. The solution was one of the greatest engineering projects of the ancient world. Roman and Byzantine engineers built aqueducts that carried water across valleys and hills from distant sources. The most famous of these systems stretched for hundreds of kilometres through Thrace before reaching the capital. Yet bringing water to Constantinople was only part of the challenge. The city also needed places to store it, so the Byzantines began digging. They excavated vast underground reservoirs known as cisterns. Some were modest structures hidden beneath churches or homes. Others were enormous underground lakes supported by forests of stone columns. Hundreds of cisterns eventually spread beneath the city. Many citizens walked over them every day without giving them a second thought. Under a baker's shop might be a forgotten reservoir. Beneath a nobleman's residence could lie an ancient chamber built centuries earlier by an emperor whose name most people had already forgotten. As generations passed, the underground city continued to grow. New buildings rose on top of old ones. Churches replaced temples. Palaces replaced earlier palaces. Streets shifted. Entire neighbourhoods were rebuilt. Each transformation left traces below ground, creating layers upon layers of hidden history. Over time, many of these spaces disappeared from memory. Maps were lost. Entrances were sealed. Earthquakes damaged passages. Some chambers flooded. Others simply faded from public knowledge. By the Middle Ages, even many residents of Constantinople no longer knew what existed beneath them. The city had developed a second life underground, a silent world of darkness and echoes waiting to be rediscovered centuries later, and this was only the beginning of the mystery. Among all the underground wonders hidden beneath Constantinople, none captured the imagination quite like the massive cistern known today as the Basilica Cistern. To modern visitors, it feels less like a reservoir and more like the ruins of a forgotten underground kingdom. Imagine descending a staircase beneath a crowded city street. The noise of merchants, carts, and conversations slowly fades behind you. The air becomes cooler. The light grows dim. Then suddenly, a vast chamber opens before your eyes. Rows upon rows of towering columns disappear into the darkness. Reflections shimmer across still water. Shadows dance across ancient stone. Every footstep echoes through the enormous space. For a moment, it is easy to forget that this place was built for something as practical as storing water. The cistern was constructed during the reign of Emperor Justinian in the 6th century. This was the same ambitious ruler responsible for rebuilding much of Constantinople after devastating riots nearly destroyed the city. Justinian had grand plans, and apparently one of them was ensuring that nobody in the capital would become thirsty during a siege. The scale was astonishing. The reservoir measured roughly the length of several football fields and could store tens of thousands of cubic meters of water. Hundreds of marble columns supported its roof, creating what looked like an endless stone forest underground. But the columns themselves raised questions. Many had clearly not been carved specifically for the cistern. Byzantine builders frequently reused materials from older Roman structures. Temples, public buildings, and monuments that had fallen into ruin were dismantled and their components transported elsewhere. As a result, the columns inside the cistern often differ from one another. Some have elegant Corinthian capitals. Others display different artistic styles. It is as though dozens of ancient buildings were quietly gathered together underground and given a second life. Then there were the famous Medusa heads. Deep within the cistern, two enormous carved stone heads serve as column bases. One lies on its side, the other rests upside down. Nobody knows exactly why. Perhaps the builders simply used whatever stones were available. Perhaps it was a symbolic way of stripping old pagan images of their power. Or perhaps some exhausted engineer simply looked at a giant Medusa head and thought, that will do, that historians continue to debate the answer. What makes the mystery even more fascinating is that the cistern eventually disappeared from public memory. For centuries, many people living above it had no idea it existed. Yet the hidden reservoir remained below their feet, patiently waiting in the darkness, preserving one of Constantinople's greatest secrets. If the great cisterns of Constantinople were real, documented and visible, the tunnels were something far more mysterious. For centuries, stories circulated about secret passages running beneath the city. According to rumours, some connected imperial palaces to churches. Others supposedly linked monasteries, military installations, and hidden escape routes stretching for miles underground. The problem for historians is that Constantinople produced almost as many underground legends as underground structures. Separating fact from fiction can feel like searching for a single coin in the Grand Bazaar while blindfolded, yet some of the stories refuse to disappear. The emperors of Byzantium certainly had good reasons to build secret routes. Constantinople was a city filled with political intrigue. Assassinations, coups, palace conspiracies and civil wars appeared with surprising regularity. A ruler might attend a grand ceremony in the morning and discover by afternoon that 3 generals, 2 cousins, and half the Senate suddenly preferred someone else on the throne. In such an environment, escape routes were not luxuries. They were career investments. Several historical sources mention hidden passages associated with the Great Palace, the enormous imperial complex overlooking the Sea of Marmara. The palace itself was so vast that it resembled a small city. Within its walls stood halls, courtyards, chapels, gardens, libraries, barracks, and residences. It would hardly be surprising if secret corridors existed somewhere within this maze. Archaeologists have indeed uncovered underground passageways connected to parts of the palace complex. Some likely served practical purposes, allowing servants, guards, and officials to move unseen between important locations. Others remain more difficult to explain. Beneath parts of the city, explorers have found blocked tunnels disappearing into darkness. Some end abruptly. Others continue beyond areas that have yet to be fully investigated. Earthquakes, collapses, and centuries of construction have altered the underground landscape so dramatically that many original routes may never be completely understood. Naturally, the uncertainty encouraged wild speculation. One legend claimed that tunnels connected the Hagia Sophia to distant parts of the city. Another suggested hidden chambers filled with imperial treasures still remained undiscovered. Some stories even described monks carrying sacred relics through secret passages during times of invasion. Evidence for such tales is often thin, but that has never stopped people from believing them. After all, when a city possesses thousands of years of history layered beneath its streets, every sealed doorway becomes a potential mystery. Every unexplored corridor invites imagination. And nowhere in Constantinople was imagination more active than beneath the imperial heart of the city, where some believed entire forgotten worlds still waited in the darkness. The deeper historians investigate Constantinople's underground world, the more they encounter a frustrating reality. Entire sections are missing. Not missing in the sense that they were destroyed completely. Missing in the sense that nobody knows exactly where they are, how extensive they once were, or what secrets they may have contained. Nowhere is this mystery greater than beneath the ruins of the Great Palace of Constantinople. For nearly 800 years, the Great Palace served as the centre of Byzantine power. Emperors ruled from its halls. Foreign ambassadors walked its corridors. Generals celebrated victories there. Court officials spent entire careers navigating its complicated politics while trying not to accidentally offend someone important enough to have them exiled. The palace was enormous. It stretched across a large section of the city overlooking the Sea of Marmara. Visitors described magnificent reception halls, private chapels, gardens, terraces, and rooms decorated with gold, marble, and mosaics. Some compared it to a city within a city, yet today, much of it has vanished. Centuries of rebuilding, earthquakes, fires, and Ottoman construction gradually buried large portions of the complex beneath newer structures. Archaeologists have uncovered fragments, but the overwhelming majority remains hidden beneath modern Istanbul. And beneath those buried ruins lie even more mysteries. Excavations have revealed underground chambers, vaulted rooms, storage areas, and passageways associated with the palace. Some appear to have been used for supplies. Others likely housed servants or guards. A few seem designed for purposes that remain uncertain. The challenge is that archaeologists cannot simply dig up an entire modern city to find answers. Beneath apartment buildings, roads, shops, and houses may lie chambers untouched for centuries. Historians know they exist because fragments occasionally appear during construction projects. Workers digging foundations have sometimes uncovered forgotten walls, tunnels, staircases, and underground rooms that nobody realized were there. Each discovery raises new questions. What else remains hidden nearby? How many palace structures still survive underground? Could entire sections of the imperial complex remain sealed beneath the modern city? Some researchers believe this is entirely possible. Constantinople was continuously inhabited for more than 16 centuries. Every generation built on top of the previous one. Layers accumulated. Streets rose higher. Buildings covered older buildings. The result resembles a historical layer cake, except this particular cake occasionally contains Byzantine tunnels, Roman foundations, and enough mysteries to keep archaeologists awake at night. Somewhere beneath modern Istanbul, portions of the imperial world may still rest undisturbed, silent, dark, and waiting for the next accidental discovery to bring them back into the light. Few places in Constantinople inspired more awe than the city's monasteries. These were not simply quiet buildings where monks copied manuscripts and prayed all day. Many were wealthy institutions with libraries, workshops, storerooms, gardens, and extensive underground spaces. Some had existed for centuries, accumulating layers of additions and modifications that transformed them into sprawling complexes. And beneath several of these monasteries lay worlds rarely seen by ordinary citizens. Underground chambers served many purposes. Some functioned as storage areas for food, wine, oil, and valuable documents. Others provided cool, stable conditions for preserving supplies throughout the year. A few were designed as crypts, where important religious figures were buried. Yet over time, these underground spaces became the source of countless stories. One reason was simple. Monks often went where ordinary people did not. A citizen might visit a monastery chapel, donate a few coins, light a candle, and leave. He would never see the staircases descending beneath the building. He would never enter the vaults or hidden chambers where monks stored relics and manuscripts. The unseen naturally encouraged speculation. Rumours spread that certain monasteries possessed secret passageways. Some claimed underground routes connected distant religious sites across the city. Others insisted that sacred treasures were hidden below ground, protected from thieves and invaders. When danger approached Constantinople, such stories multiplied. The city endured countless wars, sieges, and periods of unrest. During these crises, monks were known to hide valuable religious objects. Relics associated with saints, precious manuscripts, and ceremonial items sometimes vanished from public view. People wondered where they went. The obvious answer was underground. As generations passed, stories became more elaborate. Some claimed entire collections of sacred artifacts remained hidden beneath forgotten monasteries. Others described sealed chambers filled with ancient manuscripts that had never been rediscovered. There is little evidence for most of these tales, but history occasionally rewards the dreamers. Archaeologists working in former monastery sites have uncovered unexpected crypts, hidden rooms, and underground structures that had been forgotten for centuries. These discoveries remind historians that even the most cautious legends sometimes contain a grain of truth. The monks themselves added to the mystery. Many Byzantine monks sought solitude and contemplation. Underground chapels offered silence unavailable in the bustling city above. There, surrounded by stone walls and flickering lamps, they could pray far from the noise of Constantinople. To outsiders, such behaviour seemed strange. To the monks, it was devotion. But centuries later, when entrances were sealed and memories faded, those silent underground spaces became yet another piece of Constantinople's buried puzzle, hidden beneath the streets, waiting to be found again. If any building in Constantinople seemed destined to gather mysteries, it was Hagia Sophia. For nearly 1,000 years, it stood as the greatest church in the Christian world. Emperors were crowned beneath its vast dome. Patriarchs delivered sermons within its walls. Travellers arriving from distant lands often struggled to describe its scale, settling instead for phrases that amounted to, "You really had to see it yourself." Above ground, Hagia Sophia was magnificent. Below ground, it was mysterious. For centuries, stories circulated about hidden chambers, flooded tunnels, and secret passageways beneath the great church. Some tales were grounded in reality, others drifted into the realm of legend. Together, they created one of Constantinople's most enduring underground mysteries. Part of the fascination came from necessity. A structure as enormous as Hagia Sophia required a complex foundation system. Byzantine engineers had to stabilize the building on difficult terrain while protecting it from earthquakes that regularly shook the region. Beneath the church, they constructed vaults, support structures, and underground spaces that helped distribute its tremendous weight. Over time, many of these areas disappeared from public view. Some became inaccessible, others flooded. A few were simply forgotten. As centuries passed, curiosity grew. People began asking what exactly existed beneath the famous church. Explorations conducted in modern times have revealed a network of underground chambers and passageways below Hagia Sophia. Some contain water, others appear connected to ancient drainage systems. A few extend farther than researchers initially expected. Not surprisingly, these discoveries inspired even more speculation. One popular legend claimed that secret tunnels linked Hagia Sophia to the Great Palace. Another suggested that clergy could move unseen through hidden passages during times of crisis. Some stories described underground escape routes used when enemies threatened the city. Evidence for these claims remains uncertain. Yet the church's dramatic history encouraged such theories. Hagia Sophia survived riots, invasions, earthquakes, religious disputes, and the fall of an empire. It witnessed events that reshaped entire civilizations. If any building seemed likely to conceal hidden secrets, this was the one. Then there were the stories surrounding the final days of Constantinople. According to later legends, priests conducting services inside Hagia Sophia disappeared into hidden passages as Ottoman forces entered the city in 1453. Some versions claimed they would emerge again only when the city returned to Christian rule. Historians treat such stories as folklore rather than fact, but folklore often survives because it captures something deeper. In this case, it reflected the belief that beneath Hagia Sophia, beneath its stone floors and towering columns, history itself remained hidden, waiting in darkness long after emperors' armies and entire empires had passed away. The Basilica Cistern may be the most famous underground structure in Constantinople, but it was only one piece of a much larger hidden network. In reality, the city contained hundreds of cisterns. Some were massive engineering projects built by emperors. Others were modest reservoirs serving neighbourhoods, monasteries, palaces, or individual buildings. Together, they formed a vast underground water system unlike anything else in medieval Europe. The remarkable part is that many of them were eventually forgotten, not destroyed. Forgotten as centuries passed, populations shifted, districts changed, and new rulers altered the city. Water systems were repaired, abandoned, replaced, and rebuilt. A cistern that had once been essential to daily life could slowly disappear from memory. The structure itself remained, only its purpose was lost. This created some unusual situations. In certain cases, houses and shops were constructed directly above ancient reservoirs. Generations lived their entire lives without realizing that enormous chambers existed beneath their feet. Some residents occasionally noticed strange sounds coming from below, or discovered unusually cool air rising through cracks in the ground. Most simply ignored it. Life in Constantinople provided enough daily concerns without investigating mysterious holes in the floor. Yet every now and then, someone stumbled upon one of these forgotten spaces. Historical accounts describe people lowering buckets into openings and discovering water far below. Others found sealed staircases leading into darkness. In some cases, residents reportedly fished through holes in basement floors without fully understanding that they were standing above ancient Byzantine reservoirs. Imagine catching dinner from a hidden underground lake and never asking why there was a lake beneath your house. History occasionally works that way. Modern archaeologists continue to discover previously unknown cisterns throughout Istanbul. Construction projects frequently reveal chambers that had vanished from historical records centuries earlier. Some are remarkably well preserved, complete with columns, vaulted ceilings, and ancient brickwork. Others appear almost frozen in time. Dust covers the floors. Water slowly drips from ceilings. Stone arches stand exactly where Byzantine engineers placed them over 1,000 years ago. The silence can be unsettling. These forgotten reservoirs remind us that Constantinople was built not only outward and upward, but downward as well. Every emperor who expanded the city added another layer. Every generation left structures that later generations might overlook. As a result, parts of Byzantine Constantinople remain hidden even today. Beneath busy streets, apartment blocks, and modern shops, forgotten cisterns continue their patient existence. Dark, silent, and still holding secrets from an empire that vanished centuries ago. Whenever people discover hidden tunnels, sealed chambers, or forgotten underground vaults, one question inevitably follows. What treasures might still be down there? For centuries, the people of Constantinople asked themselves the same thing. The city was one of the wealthiest capitals in history. Emperors accumulated vast fortunes. Churches possessed gold, silver, jewels, and priceless religious artifacts. Noble families stored wealth that could rival the treasuries of smaller kingdoms. Merchants arriving from Europe, Asia, and Africa brought valuable goods from every corner of the known world. When so much wealth exists in one place for more than 1,000 years, stories of hidden treasure become almost unavoidable. And Constantinople had plenty of stories. Some legends claim that Byzantine emperors concealed emergency reserves of gold beneath their palaces. Others spoke of sealed chambers filled with crowns, ceremonial armor, and imperial regalia hidden during times of political chaos. There were good reasons why such rumors persisted. The Byzantine Empire endured countless crises. Civil wars erupted. Rival claimants fought for the throne. Foreign armies threatened the city. During these dangerous periods, valuables were often moved, concealed, or stored in secure locations. Sometimes the people responsible for hiding them never returned. A noble might die in battle. A palace official could be executed during a political purge. A monastery might be abandoned after an invasion. Knowledge of certain hiding places could disappear surprisingly quickly. Then came the greatest upheaval of all. In 1453, Ottoman forces captured Constantinople after a long siege. The fall of the city marked the end of the Byzantine Empire. Buildings changed hands. Records vanished. Entire districts were transformed. In the confusion, countless stories emerged about treasures hidden before the final assault. According to some legends, priests concealed sacred relics beneath churches. Others claimed wealthy families buried valuables in underground chambers before fleeing. A few tales described entire caches of imperial treasure still waiting to be discovered. Most historians remain skeptical. After all, treasure legends tend to multiply faster than actual treasure. Yet archaeology occasionally produces surprises. Excavations throughout modern Istanbul have uncovered forgotten vaults, sealed rooms, buried artifacts, and unexpected collections of historical objects. While none have revealed the legendary imperial hoards imagined by storytellers, they demonstrate an important fact. The underground city still contains discoveries. Every construction project has the potential to reveal something unseen for centuries. Every newly opened chamber raises fresh questions. And somewhere beneath the streets of modern Istanbul, hidden behind walls of stone and layers of history, there may still be secrets waiting for the fortunate, or stubborn, individual who finally uncovers them. After centuries of excavations, discoveries, and exploration, historians have reached a surprising conclusion about Constantinople's underground world. They still do not know all of it. In fact, they may know only a fraction. Vlad Dracula, better known to history as Vlad the Impaler, entered a world where survival was never guaranteed. He was born around 1431 in the Transylvanian town of Sighișoara, a fortified settlement perched among the rolling hills of what is now Romania. At the time, nobody could have guessed that this dark-haired noble child would one day inspire legends, terrify armies, and become one of the most infamous rulers in European history. For now, however, he was simply Vlad, the second son of a nobleman with dangerous ambitions. His father, Vlad Dracul, belonged to the warrior aristocracy of Wallachia, a small principality caught between powerful rivals. To the north stood the Kingdom of Hungary. To the south stretched the expanding Ottoman Empire. Both powers wanted influence over Wallachia. Both expected loyalty. Both had armies large enough to make disagreement a very unhealthy hobby. Young Vlad grew up in the shadow of this reality. Wallachia occupied one of the most contested frontiers in Europe. Every ruler faced impossible choices: support Hungary and risk Ottoman invasion, support the Ottomans and risk Hungarian retaliation, try pleasing both sides and discover that neither appreciated the effort. Politics in the region resembled a game of chess played by people who occasionally flipped the board and stabbed each other. While Vlad spent his earliest years in Sighișoara, his father worked tirelessly to strengthen the family's position. He travelled between courts, negotiated alliances, and sought powerful friends. These efforts eventually earned him membership in the prestigious Order of the Dragon, a chivalric organization dedicated to defending Christianity against Ottoman expansion. It was from this honor that the family gained its famous name. Dracul referred to the dragon emblem worn by members of the order. Vlad would later become known as Dracula, meaning son of Dracul or son of the dragon. At the time, however, titles mattered less to a child than daily life. Vlad likely spent his early years learning the skills expected of a young noble. He would have received instruction in religion, court etiquette, reading, writing, and the use of weapons. Hunting, horseback riding, and military exercises were considered essential parts of aristocratic education. Yet even during childhood, danger was never far away. The fortunes of noble families could change overnight. Alliances shifted constantly. Rebellions erupted with alarming frequency. Princes were overthrown, imprisoned, exiled, or killed with enough regularity to make long-term planning seem optimistic. For young Vlad, childhood was not a peaceful beginning. It was preparation for a storm that was already gathering on the horizon. As Vlad grew older, he became increasingly aware that his family was not like most others. His father was no ordinary nobleman. Vlad Dracul was a prince, a warrior, and a man who spent much of his life navigating the dangerous politics of Eastern Europe. One day he might be negotiating with Hungarian kings. The next, he could be exchanging messages with Ottoman officials. In Wallachia, flexibility was often the difference between ruling and becoming a cautionary tale. Around the time Vlad was born, his father received one of the highest honours available to a Christian noble. He was inducted into the Order of the Dragon. Founded by the Holy Roman Emperor Sigismund, the order was an elite brotherhood dedicated to defending Christianity and resisting Ottoman expansion. Its members wore a distinctive dragon emblem, a symbol that quickly became associated with Vlad's father. The title Dracul emerged from this connection. Today, people often associate the word with devils and vampires, but in Vlad's time it was closely linked to the dragon symbol of the order. For the family, it represented prestige, military duty, and political importance. Young Vlad grew up surrounded by these symbols. He likely saw banners displaying dragons. He heard stories about battles against the Ottomans. He watched armed retainers come and go from his father's court. Discussions of war, diplomacy, and survival were probably as common as conversations about weather. This was not the sort of childhood where adults carefully shielded children from harsh realities. The frontier world of Wallachia offered no such luxury. From an early age, Vlad would have understood that rulers survived through strength. Weakness invited challenges. Hesitation encouraged rivals. Mercy was admired in theory, but often dangerous in practice. His education reflected these realities. Alongside religious instruction and literacy, noble boys learned horsemanship, hunting, swordsmanship, and military discipline. Hunting expeditions served as training grounds for future warriors. A successful hunt taught patience, courage, and the ability to act decisively, lessons that would prove useful later. Meanwhile, the political situation around Wallachia grew increasingly unstable. The Ottoman Empire continued expanding into the Balkans. Hungarian leaders searched for ways to contain the threat. Local nobles shifted loyalties whenever it suited their interests. Caught between these competing forces, Vlad's father constantly faced difficult decisions. Every alliance created enemies, every compromise carried risks, and every year the pressure increased. For young Vlad, these tensions formed the backdrop of daily life. He was growing up in a household that sat at the center of a geopolitical struggle. The dragon emblem worn by his father symbolized honor and power, but it also painted a target on the family's back. Soon, events beyond Vlad's control would force him to leave the relative safety of home and enter a world far more dangerous than anything he had known before. As Vlad entered his early teenage years, the world around him became even more unstable. Wallachia remained trapped between powerful neighbours, but now the pressure was increasing. The Ottoman Empire was expanding steadily through the Balkans, swallowing territories that had once seemed secure. To the north, Hungary remained determined to resist Ottoman influence. Between these giants stood Wallachia, a small principality trying very hard not to be crushed. For Prince Vlad Dracul, ruling such a land was a constant balancing act. One year he might support Hungarian interests. The next, he might cooperate with the Ottomans. To modern observers, this can seem contradictory, but survival often required flexibility. A ruler who stubbornly chose one side could quickly find himself invaded by the other. Young Vlad watched all of this unfold. His father's court was filled with messengers, soldiers, diplomats, and noblemen seeking favour. Decisions made in distant capitals could suddenly change life in Wallachia. News of battles, treaties, betrayals, and political intrigues arrived regularly. It was an education unlike any classroom could provide. Yet the greatest threat often came from within. The princes of Wallachia did not rule with absolute security. Powerful noble families, known as boyars, constantly competed for influence. Some supported the ruling prince, others secretly backed rivals. A few seemed willing to support almost anyone as long as it benefited themselves. This created a dangerous environment. A prince could defeat foreign enemies and still lose his throne because of domestic conspiracies. Assassinations, coups, and betrayals were common features of political life. Loyalty was valuable, but it was also rare. Vlad was learning this lesson firsthand. As the son of the ruling prince, he occupied a privileged position, but he was also a target. If his father lost power, the consequences for the entire family could be severe. In medieval politics, defeated rulers rarely received retirement cottages and warm farewell ceremonies. The safest rival was often considered a dead rival. Such realities likely accelerated Vlad's maturity. While many noble boys elsewhere focused primarily on tournaments and hunting, Vlad was growing up in a court where political survival was discussed almost daily. He learned to observe people carefully. Who could be trusted? Who was pretending? Who might change sides tomorrow? These questions mattered. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Sultan Murad II continued strengthening his empire. His armies grew larger. His influence expanded closer to Wallachia's borders. Eventually, the pressure became impossible to ignore. Vlad Dracul would soon be forced to make a difficult decision to secure his position. That decision would change his son's life forever. For before long, young Vlad would leave Wallachia and enter the court of the Ottoman Sultan, not as a guest, but as a hostage. In 1442, Vlad's childhood came to an abrupt end. His father, Vlad Dracul, found himself caught in an increasingly dangerous political situation. The Ottoman Empire expected loyalty. Hungary expected resistance. Trying to satisfy both sides had become almost impossible. The ruler of Wallachia needed to prove to Sultan Murad II that he could be trusted. The price of that trust was his own sons. To guarantee Vlad Dracul's loyalty, the Ottomans demanded hostages. Such arrangements were common in the medieval world. Powerful rulers often took the children of allied princes and nobles into their custody. Officially, these young hostages were treated as honoured guests. Unofficially, everyone understood the situation. If their fathers rebelled, the consequences could be severe. And so Vlad, likely around 11 years old, and his younger brother Radu were sent south into Ottoman territory. Imagine the journey from the perspective of a young prince. One day, you are living at your father's court, surrounded by familiar faces and landscapes. The next, you are travelling hundreds of miles away from home toward the capital of a foreign empire. Every mile carries you farther from everything you know. For Vlad, the experience must have been unsettling. The Ottoman Empire was unlike anything he had previously encountered. It was larger, wealthier, and far more powerful than Wallachia. Its armies conquered kingdoms. Its rulers commanded territories stretching across continents. To a young boy from a frontier principality, the scale alone would have been overwhelming. Yet the Ottomans did not throw their hostages into dungeons. That popular image belongs more to fiction than reality. Young, noble hostages were often educated alongside other elite youths. They received instruction, training, and opportunities to observe the workings of the empire. The goal was partly practical. Future rulers who understood Ottoman culture and respected Ottoman power were more likely to remain cooperative. Vlad soon found himself living within this carefully controlled environment. He learned Turkish customs. He observed Ottoman administration. He witnessed the discipline that made the empire such a formidable force. At the same time, however, he never forgot the truth. He was not free. His future depended entirely upon decisions made by other men. Every letter from Wallachia mattered. Every political development could affect his fate. If his father remained loyal, life continued. If his father rebelled, everything could change overnight. For a young prince accustomed to privilege, this loss of control was a harsh lesson. And while Vlad adapted to life in the Ottoman world, resentment slowly began to grow. A resentment that would shape much of his future. Because while Radu would eventually embrace life among the Ottomans, Vlad never truly stopped thinking about home. As the months turned into years, Vlad settled into a life he had never expected. He remained a hostage of the Ottoman Empire, but his days were far from idle. The Ottoman court was determined to transform young noble hostages into educated, disciplined, and useful future rulers. If Vlad was going to spend his youth in captivity, he would at least receive one of the finest educations available in the 15th century. The young prince quickly discovered that the Ottoman world valued discipline above almost everything else. Schedules were strict, training was demanding, expectations were high. This was not a place where a prince could spend his mornings sleeping late, and his afternoons inventing excuses to avoid work. The Ottoman Empire was expanding because it was organized, efficient, and ruthless when necessary. Its leaders expected the same qualities from the young men under their supervision. Vlad studied languages, administration, military tactics, and diplomacy. He learned how one of the world's most powerful empires governed its territories. He observed officials who managed provinces larger than his entire homeland. For a future ruler, the lessons were invaluable. He also witnessed the military machine that terrified much of Europe. The Ottoman army was disciplined in a way that impressed even its enemies. Soldiers trained constantly. Officers expected obedience. Campaigns were planned with remarkable efficiency. To young Vlad, it must have become increasingly clear why so many kingdoms struggled to stop Ottoman expansion. Strength was not accidental. It was carefully built. Yet despite the opportunities available to him, Vlad never fully embraced his new surroundings. The court was magnificent, the education was excellent. But none of it changed the fact that he was there against his will. Every lesson served as a reminder that his freedom depended on forces beyond his control. His younger brother Radu reacted differently. Radu adapted quickly to Ottoman life. He learned the language, made friends, and became comfortable within the court's culture. Ottoman officials admired him. Over time, he developed strong connections with influential figures. Vlad watched this happen with mixed feelings. The brothers had entered captivity together. but they were beginning to walk very different paths. Where Radu found acceptance, Vlad found frustration. Where Radu saw opportunity, Vlad saw imprisonment. The contrast would only deepen as they grew older. Meanwhile, news from Wallachia continued to arrive from time to time. Political alliances shifted. Rival factions competed for power. The future of their family remained uncertain. Vlad could do little except wait and watch. But waiting can be dangerous for an ambitious young man. Years spent observing the Ottoman Empire gave Vlad valuable knowledge, but they also gave him something else. Time to think, time to remember, and time to develop the determination that would eventually make him one of the most feared rulers in Europe. The longer Vlad and Radu remained at the Ottoman court, the more obvious it became that captivity was shaping them in very different ways. When they first arrived, both brothers had been frightened young princes far from home. They shared the same memories, the same family, and the same uncertain future. But years of life inside the Ottoman Empire slowly pulled them in opposite directions. Radu adapted remarkably well. He learned Turkish fluently. He embraced the customs of the court. He earned the respect of his instructors and developed friendships with powerful figures. By all accounts, he was intelligent, charming, and comfortable navigating the sophisticated world of the Ottoman elite. The Ottomans admired him. In many ways, he became exactly the kind of hostage they hoped to create. Someone who understood their culture, someone who respected their power, someone who might one day rule Wallachia while remaining friendly to Ottoman interests. Vlad, however, followed a different path. He learned the same lessons and received the same education, but his attitude was entirely different. He absorbed knowledge eagerly, yet he never truly accepted his situation. Beneath his disciplined exterior, resentment continued to grow. Every military exercise reminded him that he was not free. Every lesson in diplomacy reminded him that his future was being shaped by foreign rulers. Every passing year took him farther from the homeland he barely remembered. Unlike Radu, Vlad never seemed willing to forget that he was a hostage. This difference became increasingly noticeable. While Radu built relationships within the Ottoman world, Vlad often remained distant. He observed carefully, he learned constantly, but he kept a part of himself separate from the environment around him. Some historians believe these years played a crucial role in forming Vlad's personality. He witnessed an empire built upon discipline, authority, and fear. He saw how powerful rulers maintained control through strength and certainty. He learned that hesitation could be dangerous, and that weakness often invited disaster. These lessons stayed with him. At the same time, the political situation in Wallachia remained unstable. His father continued navigating a dangerous landscape filled with rival nobles, Hungarian interests, and Ottoman demands. Then, everything changed. News arrived from home that would shatter whatever remained of Vlad's childhood. His father, Vlad Dracul, had been overthrown. Worse still, his older brother Mircea had been captured by political enemies. The details were horrifying. Mircea was reportedly blinded and buried alive. His father was murdered. For Vlad, the loss was devastating. Years of frustration, anger, and resentment suddenly gained a focus. The boy who had entered Ottoman captivity as a prince was now becoming something else entirely. A young man with a score to settle and a throne to reclaim. The news arrived like a thunderbolt. For years, Vlad had endured life as an Ottoman hostage with the belief that one day he would return home. His father still ruled Wallachia. His family still held power. The future remained uncertain, but there was still a future to return to. Then, in 1447, everything collapsed. His father, Vlad Dracul, was dead. His older brother, Mircea, was dead as well. The dynasty that Vlad expected to inherit had been shattered. The political chaos that followed was typical of Wallachia, though that hardly made it less brutal. A faction of powerful boyars, working alongside Hungarian interests, had turned against Vlad Dracul. The prince was captured and murdered near a swamp outside Bucharest. Mircea suffered an even worse fate. According to later accounts, he was blinded and buried alive by his enemies. Whether every detail of the story is accurate remains debated by historians. What is beyond dispute is that Mircea died violently and that Vlad lost both his father and brother within the same political catastrophe. For a young man already living in captivity, the effect must have been devastating. One day, he was a hostage prince, waiting for his chance to return home. The next, he was a prince without a throne, without a father, and without an obvious future. The Ottomans watched carefully. To them, the situation presented an opportunity. Wallachia still mattered. It sat on the frontier between the Ottoman Empire and Hungary. Whoever controlled the principality could influence events throughout the region. If a ruler friendly to Ottoman interests sat on the throne, all the better. And who better than a prince who had spent years living under Ottoman supervision? Vlad suddenly became politically valuable. For the first time since arriving as a hostage, his future seemed to matter not just to himself, but to the empire around him. Yet grief and opportunity are rarely comfortable companions. The deaths of his father and brother left deep scars. Whatever frustrations Vlad had previously felt toward his enemies were now amplified by personal loss. The violence of Wallachian politics was no longer an abstract lesson. It had become his own story. Many historians believe these events marked a turning point in his life. The young prince who had once learned court etiquette and military drills was beginning to think like a claimant, a survivor, a man who would eventually need to fight for everything that had been taken from him. And the chance would come sooner than expected. Because while Wallachia's nobles fought among themselves, the Ottomans were preparing to send Vlad back. Not as a child, not as a hostage, but as a prince with a claim to the throne. By 1448, Vlad had spent years living under Ottoman supervision. He was no longer the frightened boy who had crossed the Danube as a hostage. He was now a young man educated at one of the most powerful courts in the world, familiar with military strategy, politics, and the realities of power. More importantly, he was also one of the few surviving members of his family with a legitimate claim to the throne of Wallachia. The Ottomans intended to use that claim. Wallachia had descended into political turmoil after the death of Vlad's father. Rival nobles fought for influence while competing factions struggled to control the principality. For Sultan Murad II, this instability presented an opportunity. A friendly ruler in Wallachia would strengthen Ottoman influence along a critical frontier. And Vlad seemed like the perfect candidate. With Ottoman support behind him, the young prince was sent north to claim the throne that had belonged to his father. It was a remarkable moment. Only a few years earlier, he had been a political hostage with little control over his own future. Now, he was returning to his homeland as a contender for power. But reclaiming Wallachia would not be easy. The country he returned to was deeply divided. Noble families were constantly shifting alliances. Political loyalties changed with alarming speed. Many boyars cared less about legitimacy than about which candidate offered the greatest advantage. For a young ruler, it was an extraordinarily difficult environment. Vlad did briefly succeed in gaining the throne. However, his first reign lasted only a matter of weeks. His enemies moved quickly. Hungarian-backed rivals challenged his position. The political support that had placed him on the throne proved fragile. Before long, Vlad lost control and was forced to flee. For many people, such a defeat might have ended the story. For Vlad, it became another lesson. He learned that possessing a claim was not enough. Power had to be secured, protected, defended. The experience also taught him something about the men who governed Wallachia. Many of the nobles who had betrayed his father remained influential. The same political culture that had led to his family's destruction still existed. Vlad would not forget that. Although he had failed to hold the throne, he was no longer merely reacting to events. He was actively pursuing his destiny. The years ahead would be filled with exile, shifting alliances and military struggles, but each setback only strengthened his determination. The boy who had left Wallachia as a hostage had returned as a claimant. Soon he would return again, and the next time he seized power, the rulers, nobles, and enemies of Wallachia would discover that Vlad had learned many lessons during his troubled childhood. Some of those lessons would terrify an entire region. When people think of Vlad Dracula today, they usually picture the ruler he eventually became. The decision to become a Teutonic Knight was not one that could be made lightly. Joining the order meant giving up almost everything that defined a nobleman's life. Wealth, family ambitions, marriage, personal freedom, and the possibility of a quiet future would all be sacrificed. In return, a man received a white cloak marked with a black cross, a place within one of medieval Europe's most powerful military orders, and the constant possibility of dying far from home. Oddly enough, many young nobles considered this an excellent trade. To understand why, we first need to understand the world they lived in. The Middle Ages were deeply religious. Most people genuinely believed that heaven, hell, angels, demons, and divine judgment were as real as the forests and rivers around them. Salvation was not an abstract concept. It was the central concern of life. At the same time, noblemen were trained from childhood to fight. A young aristocrat learned horsemanship before adulthood. He practiced with sword, lance, and shield. He hunted, competed in tournaments, and prepared for war. Society expected him to be a warrior. This created an interesting problem. Christian teachings praised humility, charity, and peace. Noble society expected violence, military service, and battlefield glory. The military orders offered a solution. Organizations like the Teutonic Order allowed men to combine both callings. A knight could serve God while carrying a sword. He could fight enemies of the faith while believing his actions were part of a sacred mission. It was warrior life with a religious job description. The Teutonic Order itself had begun during the Crusades in the Holy Land. Over time, it evolved into a powerful military and religious institution. By the 13th century, its influence stretched across parts of Eastern Europe and the Baltic region. Stories about the order spread widely. Young nobles heard tales of fortified castles rising from wilderness frontiers. They heard of campaigns against pagan tribes, long rides through forests, and brothers who dedicated their lives to God and war. Some were inspired by faith. Others sought adventure. A few undoubtedly liked the idea of wearing impressive armour while enjoying considerable prestige. Human motivations have always been wonderfully complicated. Yet desire alone was not enough. A man wishing to join the order faced careful scrutiny. The Teutonic Knights preferred candidates of noble birth, good reputation, and sound health. Prospective brothers needed to demonstrate commitment, discipline, and genuine willingness to accept the order's demanding lifestyle. Many dreamed of joining. Far fewer truly understood what it required. Because once the white cloak settled on your shoulders, your old life was over, and the real test was only beginning. For a young nobleman, deciding to join the Teutonic Order was only the first step. The harder part was letting go of everything he had previously expected from life. Most noble families had plans for their sons. Some were expected to inherit land. Others would strengthen family alliances through marriage. Many hoped to increase their family's influence through military service or political connections. A noble son represented an investment, and medieval parents were rarely shy about having expectations. Joining the Teutonic Order changed all of that. A man entering the order was not simply taking a new job, he was abandoning an entire future. Marriage was no longer an option. Children would never carry on his name. Family estates would pass to someone else. The comfortable image of growing old in a manor house, surrounded by descendants, disappeared completely. For many recruits, this sacrifice was enormous. Imagine being the second or third son of a wealthy family. You have spent years training as a knight. You enjoy hunting, feasting, tournaments, and the attention that comes with noble status. Then one day you decide to exchange all of that for a life governed by strict religious rules and military discipline. The transition was not always easy. Before entering the order, candidates often had practical matters to resolve. Debts needed settling. Family responsibilities required discussion. Property claims had to be clarified. The order wanted brothers who could focus entirely on their duties, not men distracted by unfinished business back home. Then came the emotional challenge: saying goodbye. Many recruits left their families knowing they might never return. The Teutonic Order operated across vast distances. Castles stood along dangerous frontiers in Prussia, Livonia, and other regions where warfare was common. Travel itself could take weeks or months. A farewell might truly be final. Parents understood this. Brothers understood this. Even the recruits themselves understood it, although young men have always possessed a remarkable ability to assume misfortune only happens to other people. As the departure date approached, reality became harder to ignore. The candidate would leave familiar landscapes behind. He would exchange the comforts of home for dormitories shared with fellow brothers. Personal ambitions would give way to the needs of the order. Individual freedom would be replaced by obedience. Not everyone could accept these sacrifices. Some changed their minds before taking vows. Others discovered that admiration for the Teutonic Knights was much easier than becoming one. Those who remained, however, stepped forward willingly. They believed they were answering a higher calling. Yet before they could wear the famous white cloak, they faced one final requirement. They had to swear vows that would govern every day for the rest of their lives. Once a candidate had left his old life behind, there was no turning back without embarrassment, disappointment, and probably a very uncomfortable conversation with everyone who had supported his decision. Now came the moment that truly separated an ordinary nobleman from a Teutonic knight: the vows. These promises were not temporary commitments or guidelines to follow when convenient. They were lifelong obligations that would shape every aspect of a brother's existence. From this point forward, the order came first. Always. The three fundamental vows were poverty, chastity, and obedience. At first glance, they sounded simple enough. In reality, they were extraordinarily demanding. The vow of poverty meant that a brother knight could own no personal wealth. This did not mean the Teutonic Order itself was poor. Far from it. The order controlled castles, lands, villages, forests, and trading privileges across large parts of Europe. The organization could be wealthy, the individual brother could not. A knight entering the order surrendered personal ownership. The horse he rode, the armour he wore, the bed he slept in, and even many of the items he used daily belonged to the order rather than to him. The vow of chastity was equally serious. Marriage was forbidden. Romantic relationships were forbidden. The brotherhood expected complete dedication to religious and military service. While many medieval nobles measured success through marriage alliances and heirs, a Teutonic knight was expected to leave such ambitions behind forever. For some men, this was perhaps the most difficult vow of all. The vow of obedience completed the transformation. Once accepted, a brother was required to obey his superiors. Orders were not treated as suggestions. The Teutonic Order functioned as a military organization, and discipline was essential to its survival. If a commander ordered a brother to travel across Europe, he went. If a commander assigned him to a remote frontier castle, he accepted. If a campaign was called, he prepared for war. Personal preference mattered very little. The needs of the order mattered greatly. During the ceremony, these vows were spoken before senior members of the Brotherhood. The candidate publicly committed himself to a life of service, discipline, and sacrifice. It was a solemn moment, one that many viewed as a second birth. The nobleman who entered the ceremony emerged as something different, a warrior monk bound by faith, duty, and obedience. Yet speaking the vows was easier than living them. The real challenge began afterward, because every day inside the Teutonic Order tested a man's commitment. Every meal, every prayer, every command, and every campaign reminded him of the promises he had made. And soon, the new brother would discover exactly how strict life inside the order could be. After taking his vows, a new Teutonic knight quickly discovered that the order was not simply a military organization. It was a way of life. Every hour of the day was regulated by rules, expectations, and routines that had been refined over generations. The order believed that discipline created strong warriors and faithful servants of God. Left to their own devices, people often developed bad habits. Medieval commanders had observed this repeatedly and apparently reached the conclusion that supervision was the safest solution. A newly admitted brother would soon find that very little happened by accident. The day began early. Before sunrise, brothers attended religious services and prayers. Spiritual duties came first. No matter how skilled a knight was with a sword, he remained a member of a religious order before he was a soldier. This distinction was important. The Teutonic knights did not see themselves as warriors who happened to pray. They saw themselves as religious brothers who happened to fight wars. After prayers came the practical responsibilities of the day. Some brothers managed supplies, others handled administration. Certain members oversaw farms, workshops, or nearby villages. Running the order required far more than charging heroically across battlefields. Someone had to count grain. History tends to celebrate the knight with the lance. It rarely remembers the brother responsible for inventory records, despite the fact that armies become considerably less effective when nobody knows where the food is. Meals were simple compared to the lavish feasts many noblemen had enjoyed before joining. Brothers ate together in communal halls. Conversation was often limited. During some meals, religious texts were read aloud while everyone listened. The atmosphere emphasized humility rather than entertainment. The same principle applied to clothing. Every knight wore the familiar white mantle marked with the black cross. Personal displays of wealth were discouraged. The order wanted uniformity. A brother's status came from his service and obedience, not from expensive jewellery or fashionable accessories. This was probably disappointing news for medieval nobles who enjoyed showing off. Throughout the day, prayers continued at scheduled intervals. Religious observance shaped the rhythm of life. Even military training and administrative work were organised around these spiritual obligations. For new recruits, adapting could be challenging. Many had grown up with servants, personal freedom, and considerable privileges. Inside the order, they were expected to follow rules alongside everyone else. Rank existed, but discipline applied to all. Some flourished in this environment, others struggled. Yet the purpose was clear. The order was transforming independent noblemen into members of a larger brotherhood. Before they could fight together, they needed to live together, pray together, and obey together. Only then would they be ready for the military training that awaited them on the dangerous frontiers of the Baltic world. Once a new brother had adapted to the routines of the order, another phase of his transformation began. Training. A Teutonic knight was expected to be both a monk and a warrior, but becoming an effective warrior required constant practice. The battlefields of the Baltic frontier were unforgiving places. Mistakes could be fatal. Hesitation could cost lives. The order therefore invested heavily in preparing its brothers for war. For many recruits, this was familiar territory. Most noblemen arrived with years of martial experience already behind them. They had learned to ride horses, handle weapons, and participate in hunting expeditions from an early age. Some had even fought in local conflicts before joining. Yet the Teutonic Order demanded something different. Individual skill was useful. Discipline within a military force was essential. A knight who fought brilliantly on his own but ignored orders could create chaos for everyone around him. The Order wanted brothers who could function as part of a larger machine, and that machine was remarkably effective. Training focused heavily on horsemanship. Mounted combat remained the heart of medieval warfare, and the Teutonic knights were famous for their heavily armoured cavalry. A brother needed complete control over his horse in every situation. The animal was not merely transportation. It was a partner in battle. Knights also practiced extensively with swords, lances, axes, and shields. Hours were spent improving technique, endurance, and coordination. Weapons had to become extensions of the body. In combat, there would be no time to stop and think about proper form. Everything needed to become instinct. Physical conditioning mattered as well. Armour was heavy. Campaigns could last weeks or months. Long rides through forests, swamps, snow and rain tested endurance constantly. The romantic image of medieval warfare often overlooks the reality that soldiers spent much of their time exhausted, cold, wet, hungry, or all four simultaneously. Military glory frequently arrived wrapped in discomfort. The brothers also studied tactics. Commanders taught formations, battlefield communication, scouting methods, and siege warfare. Campaigns against pagan tribes in Prussia and Lithuania often required fighting in difficult terrain, where forests, rivers, and harsh weather created additional challenges. Victory depended upon preparation. The Order's enemies were experienced fighters who knew the local landscape well. Underestimating them was a dangerous mistake. By the end of this training, a recruit was no longer simply a nobleman with military skills. He was becoming part of one of medieval Europe's most feared military organisations. And soon, all that preparation would face its ultimate test. Because training fields were one thing. The battlefields of the Baltic frontier were something else entirely. After months of training, prayer and discipline, a new Teutonic knight settled into the place where much of his life would unfold. The commandery. A commandery was more than a castle. It was a military base, monastery, administrative centre, warehouse, court, and home, all rolled into one. From these fortified complexes, The Teutonic Order governed territories, organised campaigns, collected taxes, stored supplies, and projected its power across the Baltic frontier. For a newly admitted brother, this was now the centre of the world. The day followed a predictable rhythm. Bells marked the hours. Prayers structured the schedule. Meals, work duties, military exercises, and religious services all took place according to established routines. The order valued consistency because consistency created discipline, and discipline kept people alive. The castle itself was usually busy. Servants moved supplies through storerooms, blacksmiths repaired weapons and armour, clerks maintained records, messengers arrived carrying news from distant commanderies, local peasants delivered rents and taxes, visiting knights stopped on their way to campaigns. Unlike the silent castles often portrayed in films, these places were full of activity. Someone was always carrying something, fixing something, counting something, or arguing about something. Many brothers shared sleeping quarters, rather than enjoying private rooms. Personal space was limited. Privacy was rare. A knight who joined the order to enjoy solitude had made a spectacular career mistake. Life was communal. You ate with your brothers. You prayed with your brothers. You trained with your brothers. And often, you slept a few feet away from brothers who snored with enough enthusiasm to challenge the castle's structural integrity. Meals reflected the order's values. Food was generally sufficient but not extravagant. Bread, fish, meat, vegetables and ale appeared regularly. Feast days brought better meals, but daily life emphasized moderation rather than luxury. The order wanted warriors, not spoiled aristocrats. Work duties varied. Some brothers served as military commanders. Others managed finances, supervised construction projects, or oversaw nearby villages. A knight might spend the morning inspecting defences and the afternoon reviewing grain inventories. Heroic battlefield charges were exciting. Paperwork, unfortunately, was eternal. Yet despite the routines, everyone understood why they were there. The frontier remained dangerous. Beyond the castle walls lay territories where raids, skirmishes and military campaigns occurred regularly. Reports from scouts and travellers constantly reminded the brothers that conflict was never far away. The commandery provided safety, structure and purpose. But it also served as a staging ground. Sooner or later, every Teutonic knight would be called upon to leave the security of the castle and ride into the wilderness. And there, on the Baltic frontier, the true test of his vows would begin. Everything a Teutonic knight learned eventually pointed toward one destination: the battlefield. The castles, prayers, vows, and endless training sessions all served a single purpose: preparing brothers for campaigns on the Baltic frontier. For many newly admitted knights, their first expedition was both exciting and terrifying. They had spent years hearing stories about holy war. Veteran brothers spoke of victories, sieges, long marches through wilderness, and battles against pagan tribes. Young recruits often imagined glorious charges, heroic deeds, and the chance to earn honour before God and their fellow knights. Reality proved somewhat less romantic. A campaign usually began with preparation. Supplies had to be gathered, horses inspected, weapons repaired, food packed. Messengers carried orders between commanderies. Commanders studied reports from scouts and local allies. Before a single sword was drawn, an enormous amount of organisation took place. Then came the march. Baltic campaigns often led through dense forests, swamps, rivers, and remote regions far removed from the comfortable castles of the Order. Roads were poor or non-existent. Weather could change suddenly. Rain transformed paths into mud. Winter brought snow and brutal cold. The enemy, meanwhile, knew the terrain far better than the invading knights. The Teutonic Order frequently fought against pagan Lithuanian and Prussian groups during its expansion into the region. These opponents were skilled warriors who used their knowledge of forests and local geography to their advantage. A knight quickly learned that courage alone was not enough. Discipline mattered. Patience mattered. Following orders mattered. A reckless charge into unfamiliar woods could end very badly. When battles occurred, they were often chaotic and frightening. Despite their training, even experienced knights understood the risks. Horses panicked. Men became separated from their units. Commands could be difficult to hear amid the noise and confusion. This was not a tournament. Nobody awarded prizes for style. The goal was survival and victory. Campaign life also involved long periods of waiting. Days might pass without combat. Knights spent time patrolling, guarding supply lines, building fortifications, or simply enduring bad weather. History remembers battles. The participants often remembered the cold. For a newly admitted brother, these experiences were transformative. The campaign tested every vow he had taken. Obedience was essential. Discipline was necessary. Faith provided comfort when conditions became difficult. Some knights returned from their first expedition filled with pride. Others returned with a much more realistic understanding of war. But every survivor came back changed. Because once a man had ridden beyond the safety of the commandery and faced the realities of the frontier, he was no longer merely learning to be a Teutonic knight. He was becoming one. For all the challenges of warfare, the greatest test of a Teutonic knight often came during the quiet moments between battles. It is one thing to remain faithful to your vows when charging into combat. It is another thing entirely to keep them year after year. The Order demanded constant discipline, and human beings have always possessed a remarkable talent for finding ways around discipline when nobody is watching. The Teutonic Knights understood this. That was why the rules remained strict long after a brother had proven himself on campaign. The vow of poverty continued to present challenges. Officially, a knight owned nothing. In reality, the Order itself controlled vast lands, castles, forests, and sources of income. Brothers often found themselves administering valuable territories and overseeing significant resources. This created temptation. A knight might not technically own wealth, but he certainly had access to it. The Order expected absolute honesty. Not everyone lived up to that expectation. The vow of obedience could also become difficult. As young recruits matured into experienced warriors, some gained confidence in their own abilities. Successful commanders developed reputations. Veterans earned respect from their peers. Yet even the most accomplished knight remained subject to the authority of the Order. Sometimes this meant accepting assignments they disliked. Sometimes it meant obeying leaders they personally disagreed with. Pride has caused problems throughout human history, and medieval military orders were no exception. Then there was the vow of chastity. Years passed. Decades passed. The brothers lived among towns, villages, merchants, and noble courts, filled with ordinary people who were free to marry, raise families, and pursue personal happiness. A Teutonic knight had renounced those possibilities. For some, faith made the sacrifice worthwhile. For others, the struggle remained constant. The Order recognized these dangers and tried to keep its members focused on their mission. Regular prayers, communal living, and strict supervision all helped reinforce discipline. But no set of rules could completely eliminate temptation. After all, the brothers were not saints. They were human beings wearing armor. The greatest challenge of all was maintaining balance. A Teutonic knight was expected to be humble yet courageous, religious yet capable of violence, obedient yet decisive in battle, compassionate yet strong enough to enforce the order's authority. Balancing these contradictions required maturity and self-control. Some brothers succeeded admirably, others failed. Yet those who endured years of service gradually developed something more valuable than military skill. They developed character. The order believed that true knighthood was not proven by a single battle or heroic charge. It was proven by a lifetime of faithful service. And for those who persevered through every hardship, temptation, and sacrifice, the final transformation was complete. They had become full Teutonic knights in every sense of the word. Hey guys, tonight we're exploring a question that every woman in history had to deal with, but one that surprisingly few history books ever talk about. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. When most people imagine the ancient world, they picture emperors, pyramids, battles, philosophers, and grand monuments. History books are filled with kings conquering neighbouring kingdoms, generals marching across continents, and scholars debating the nature of the universe. Yet one of the most common human experiences in history is almost completely absent from these stories. For thousands of years, women lived, worked, raised families, managed households, travelled, worshipped, and participated in society while dealing with their monthly periods. Every civilization had women. Every civilization had menstruation. Yet surprisingly, few ancient writers bothered to tell us much about it. Part of the reason is simple. Most surviving records were written by men, and many of those men belonged to the educated elite. They recorded wars, taxes, laws, and royal ceremonies. The daily realities of ordinary women rarely received the same attention. If a Roman senator sat down to write a history of his age, he was far more likely to describe a military campaign than explain what his wife or daughter used during her monthly cycle. Apparently, invading Gaul was considered more historically significant than explaining how half the population got through the month. This leaves historians with an unusual challenge. Ancient women experienced menstruation countless times throughout their lives, but direct evidence is scarce. Menstrual products were usually made from materials that decomposed long ago. Cloth rots, plant fibres disappear, wool breaks down. Unlike stone temples or bronze weapons, these objects were never meant to survive for thousands of years. As a result, historians often have to become detectives. They piece together clues from medical texts, religious laws, household writings, artwork, and occasional references hidden in larger documents. Sometimes an ancient physician mentions a treatment. Sometimes a religious rule hints at a common practice. Occasionally, a passing comment reveals more than the author intended. Historians can spend years studying a civilization and become excited over a sentence that essentially translates to, "Women used some cloth for that." Academic life is not always glamorous. What emerges is a picture that is both familiar and surprising. Ancient women faced many of the same concerns that women face today. They needed practical ways to manage bleeding, remain comfortable, continue working, and participate in daily life. A farmer's crops still needed tending. Bread still needed baking. Children still needed raising. Monthly biology has never been particularly interested in people's schedules. At the same time, ancient societies surrounded menstruation with myths, fears, and misunderstandings. Some cultures viewed menstrual blood as powerful. Others considered it dangerous. Some believed it could affect crops, animals, weather, or even metal. Human beings have always possessed a remarkable ability to encounter something they do not fully understand and immediately invent 20 explanations for it. The ancient Greeks, for example, produced philosophers capable of exploring logic, mathematics, and ethics at astonishing levels. Yet some Greek medical theories about the female body sound less like science and more like a group project completed 5 minutes before the deadline. The Romans were not much better. They built roads stretching across continents, engineered aqueducts that still stand today, and organised vast armies with impressive efficiency. Yet some Roman writers sincerely believed that a menstruating woman could dull a blade, spoil wine, and damage crops simply by being nearby. It is almost comforting to know that even highly educated people can occasionally arrive at conclusions that would struggle to survive a modern fact check. As we begin this journey, one thing quickly becomes clear. Menstruation may have been hidden from much of recorded history, but it was never absent from history itself. It quietly shaped the lives of countless women across the ancient world, even when the people writing the history books seemed determined to discuss almost anything else first. The further back we travel into history, the more difficult it becomes to answer a surprisingly simple question. What did women actually use during their periods? Unlike swords, pottery, or jewellery, menstrual products rarely survive for archaeologists to discover. Ancient women were not burying carefully labelled boxes marked monthly supplies for future historians. Instead, the materials they used were usually organic, cloth, plant fibres, animal wool, leather, or other everyday items that gradually disappeared over centuries. As a result, the earliest history of menstruation is something of a mystery. We know women experienced periods tens of thousands of years ago because, well, humanity would not be here otherwise. The challenge is figuring out how they managed them. Imagine a small farming community 6,000 years ago. There are no stores, no pharmacies, and certainly no aisle dedicated to feminine hygiene products. Every solution must come directly from the surrounding environment. Whatever women used had to be practical, reusable, and available nearby. Many historians believe that prehistoric women likely relied on absorbent natural materials. Moss, soft grasses, animal skins, wool, and strips of cloth are all possibilities. Some women may have used nothing at all during lighter days, particularly when spending much of their time outdoors or performing tasks where privacy was less of a concern. This may sound unusual to modern ears, but ancient lifestyles differed dramatically from our own. Clothing was often layered, loose, and designed very differently from modern fashion. In many communities, practical necessity mattered far more than appearance. There is another factor modern people often overlook. Ancient women generally experienced fewer periods than many women today. That statement may sound surprising, but consider the realities of life. Women often married young, had multiple pregnancies, and breastfed for extended periods. Pregnancy and breastfeeding frequently reduce the number of menstrual cycles experienced over a lifetime. While modern women may experience hundreds of periods, many women in ancient societies likely experienced significantly fewer. Of course, fewer did not mean easy. Periods could still be uncomfortable, inconvenient, and occasionally frightening, especially for young girls experiencing them for the first time. Without modern medical knowledge, many societies developed explanations based on tradition rather than biology. Mothers, grandmothers, and older female relatives often became the primary source of information, and in many ways, they were probably more useful than the local wise man. Ancient communities produced plenty of experts eager to explain the mysteries of the female body. The problem was that many of these experts had never actually experienced being female. History is full of confident authorities, and as we will soon discover, menstruation inspired some of the most creative misunderstandings ever recorded. As we move from the shadows of prehistory into one of the world's first great civilizations, the picture becomes a little clearer. Ancient Egypt left behind temples, tombs, medical texts, artwork, and enough written records to keep historians busy for several lifetimes. Fortunately for us, a few of those records offer clues about how Egyptian women managed their periods. Life along the Nile was deeply connected to linen. Linen was everywhere in ancient Egypt. It clothed peasants and nobles alike, wrapped mummies, furnished homes, and served countless practical purposes. If an Egyptian encountered a problem, there was a reasonable chance that linen would somehow become part of the solution. Menstruation appears to have been no exception. Many historians believe Egyptian women used soft strips of linen as absorbent menstrual pads. These could be folded, adjusted, washed, and reused when necessary. Unlike modern disposable products, ancient solutions had to be practical and economical. Throwing something away after a single use was a luxury few societies could afford. This means that managing a period often involved extra washing and preparation. Ancient women had many responsibilities already, and menstruation added another task to a workload that was rarely light. Of course, the Nile provided water, but that did not automatically make hygiene simple. Washing cloth required time and effort, especially for ordinary women who were already busy grinding grain, baking bread, weaving textiles, caring for children, and managing household duties. The ancient Egyptians were surprisingly advanced in several areas of medicine. They understood the importance of cleanliness better than many later societies would. However, this does not mean they fully understood menstruation itself. Like many ancient cultures, the Egyptians mixed practical observation with beliefs that sound rather unusual today. Ancient medical texts contain remedies, treatments, and theories that range from sensible to deeply puzzling. One famous Egyptian medical papyrus even included methods for testing fertility and diagnosing pregnancy. Some of these methods involved grains, herbs, and bodily observations. Others seem to have relied heavily on optimism. To be fair, modern medicine has had the advantage of several thousand additional years of research. Criticizing ancient doctors too harshly would be like mocking someone for not owning a smartphone in 3000 BCE. What is most striking is how ordinary menstruation appears to have been in Egyptian life. Women managed it, adapted to it, and continued their daily routines. The pyramids did not stop being built. The fields still needed tending. Markets remained busy. Life in ancient Egypt, much like life today, had little interest in pausing for anyone's monthly inconveniences. And yet, while Egyptian women were developing practical solutions, another civilization across the Mediterranean was beginning to ask a different question. Rather than simply asking how to manage periods, the Greeks became fascinated with why they happened, and their answers would become some of the most influential and occasionally bizarre theories in ancient history. The ancient Greeks loved explanations. If they saw lightning, they wanted to understand its cause. If they observed the stars, they wanted to map their movements. If they encountered a question about human health, they immediately began developing theories, writing books, and debating one another with great enthusiasm. Unfortunately, enthusiasm and accuracy do not always travel together. When it came to menstruation, Greek thinkers were determined to understand what was happening inside the female body. Their efforts laid the foundations of Western medicine, but they also produced some ideas that modern readers may find difficult to hear without raising an eyebrow. Greek medicine was built around the concept of balance. Many physicians believed the human body contained various fluids, known as humours, that needed to remain in harmony. Illness occurred when this balance was disrupted. Menstruation was often viewed through this lens. Some Greek doctors believed menstrual bleeding helped women remove excess fluids from the body. In their view, it was a natural cleansing process that maintained health and balance. If menstruation became irregular or stopped unexpectedly, they often assumed something had gone wrong internally. This may sound strange today, but it represented an attempt to explain a biological process using the best information available at the time. One of the most influential medical figures was Hippocrates, often called the father of medicine. While many writings attributed to him contain valuable observations, they also include theories that modern medicine has long abandoned. For example, some Greek physicians believed the womb could move around inside a woman's body. Yes, move around. According to this theory, a wandering uterus could drift through the body, pressing against organs and causing various illnesses. If you are wondering how a large reproductive organ was supposedly taking independent walks through the torso, you are not alone. Modern doctors have spent several centuries quietly disagreeing with this idea. To persuade the wandering womb to return home, some treatments involved pleasant smells placed near the lower body and unpleasant smells near the face. The logic was that the uterus would naturally move toward the better scent. This was less a medical procedure and more a strategy one might use to lure a lost cat. Yet despite these misunderstandings, Greek physicians were observing something important. They recognized connections between menstruation, fertility, pregnancy, and overall health. Their conclusions were often flawed, but their questions were surprisingly sophisticated. Meanwhile, ordinary Greek women were probably far less interested in abstract theories and far more concerned with practical matters. Philosophers could spend hours debating bodily fluids, but someone still had to fetch water, prepare meals, weave cloth, and manage a household. And for those women, menstruation was not an intellectual puzzle. It was simply part of everyday life. While Greek philosophers and physicians were busy constructing elaborate theories about the female body, ordinary women had a far more immediate concern: getting through the day. Most women in ancient Greece lived lives centered around the household. Their responsibilities were numerous and often physically demanding. Water had to be carried, grain had to be ground, meals had to be prepared, clothing had to be woven, and children had to be cared for. Unlike a modern office worker, there was no option to send a message saying, "I'm taking the afternoon off." Life simply continued. For a woman living in Athens, Sparta, or one of the countless smaller communities scattered across the Greek world, menstruation was another challenge to manage alongside dozens of others. The household did not pause. The family's needs did not disappear. The goats, unfortunately, remained completely indifferent to human discomfort. Although evidence is limited, historians believe Greek women likely used folded cloths, wool, or other absorbent materials to manage menstrual bleeding. These materials could be washed and reused, making them practical in a world where resources were valuable and waste was minimized. Nothing was disposable. In fact, many ancient households would probably be horrified by modern habits of throwing things away after a single use. An ancient Greek family could find 3 additional purposes for an old piece of fabric before finally considering retirement. Privacy also worked differently in the ancient world. Homes were often crowded, particularly among poorer families. Multiple generations might share relatively small living spaces. This meant women had to develop ways of managing menstruation discreetly within environments where personal space was limited. Fortunately, menstruation was not exactly a rare phenomenon. Women learned from mothers, sisters, aunts, and grandmothers. Much of the practical knowledge surrounding periods was likely passed down through conversation rather than written instruction. While philosophers wrote lengthy discussions about the nature of existence, female knowledge often travelled through experience, and unlike some of the medical texts produced by men, it was usually based on reality. Greek society also placed great importance on fertility and childbirth. Menstruation was therefore closely connected to expectations about marriage and family life. A regular cycle was often viewed as a sign that a woman was healthy and capable of bearing children. This could create additional anxiety when periods became irregular or stopped unexpectedly. Without modern medical understanding, changes in the cycle could be confusing or alarming. Yet despite these challenges, women adapted. They always had. What survives from ancient Greece is not a story of helplessness, but one of practicality. Women found solutions, shared knowledge, and continued with daily life, while scholars debated theories above their heads. And across the Mediterranean, another civilization was watching, learning, and occasionally borrowing Greek ideas. The Romans would inherit many Greek medical theories, but they would also add a remarkable collection of menstrual superstitions entirely their own. As Roman power expanded across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, it brought together millions of people from different cultures. The Roman Empire was enormous, stretching from the misty hills of Britain to the deserts of Egypt. Yet no matter where a woman lived within that vast territory, one monthly reality remained the same. Periods did not care about the borders of empires. A wealthy woman living in a luxurious villa outside Rome experienced menstruation. So did a merchant's wife in Gaul, a farmer's daughter in Spain, and a shopkeeper in Egypt. Their lifestyles might differ dramatically, but they all faced the practical challenge of managing their monthly cycles. Like the Greeks before them, Roman women likely relied on cloth and wool as absorbent materials. Linen remained common throughout the empire, and soft fabrics could be folded and adjusted as needed. These materials were washable and reusable, making them practical in a society where even wealthy households avoided unnecessary waste. Roman women were accustomed to repairing, reusing, and repurposing household items. Modern disposable products would have seemed astonishingly convenient and perhaps slightly suspicious. Romans generally expected objects to have long careers before retirement. The experience of menstruation, however, varied greatly depending on wealth. A wealthy Roman woman might have servants to assist with laundry and household duties. She had access to cleaner living conditions, better nutrition, and greater privacy. If she felt unwell, she could potentially rest more easily than someone from a poorer household. For ordinary women, life was often far less comfortable. In crowded apartment buildings known as insulae, families lived in tight quarters. Water had to be carried, food prepared, and children supervised. Daily work continued regardless of discomfort. There were no sick days approved by the Roman Senate. In fact, if the Senate had debated the issue, they probably would have spent 6 hours arguing about procedure before accomplishing nothing. Roman society was highly practical in many ways. Women developed routines that allowed them to continue participating in daily life while managing their periods. Markets remained busy. Bread was baked. Clothes were washed. The empire continued functioning. This practical reality is important because it contrasts sharply with what many Roman writers believed. While women were getting on with their lives, some male authors were producing increasingly imaginative theories about menstruation. These theories claim that menstrual blood possessed extraordinary powers capable of affecting plants, animals, weather, and even manufactured goods. In other words, while Roman women were solving real problems, certain Roman intellectuals were busy creating entirely new ones. And as we shall see next, some of those beliefs were so strange that they survived for centuries after the Roman Empire itself had disappeared. If Roman women approached menstruation with practical solutions, many Roman writers approached it with something else entirely: imagination, and not always the helpful kind. Ancient Rome produced remarkable engineers, skilled administrators, and talented architects. These were the people who built roads that survived for thousands of years, and aqueducts that still impress modern visitors. Yet when some Roman authors discussed menstruation, their confidence often exceeded their evidence by a considerable margin. One of the most famous examples comes from the Roman writer and naturalist Pliny the Elder. Pliny was an incredibly curious man who attempted to document the natural world in a massive encyclopedia known as the Natural History. The work contains valuable information about ancient science, geography, and culture. It also contains claims that would make a modern fact-checker quietly lie down for a moment. According to Pliny, a menstruating woman could potentially sour wine, damage crops, dull metal, kill bees, and interfere with various natural processes simply through her presence. At one point, he suggested that certain plants might wither if exposed to menstrual blood. This would have been alarming news for Roman farmers, gardeners, blacksmiths, and apparently bees. The remarkable thing is not that such beliefs existed. Every society develops superstitions. The remarkable thing is how many different powers were attributed to menstruation at once. It was almost treated as a kind of mysterious force of nature. If something went wrong, menstruation could become a convenient explanation. Crops failing. Perhaps menstruation was involved. Wine spoiling. Maybe menstruation again. Unhappy livestock. Somehow menstruation was probably being blamed by somebody. Human beings have always enjoyed finding simple explanations for complicated problems. The Romans were hardly unique in this respect. Many ancient cultures viewed blood as powerful. Blood was associated with life, death, fertility, injury, sacrifice, and religion. Since menstrual blood appeared regularly without an obvious wound, it often inspired fascination and uncertainty. People tend to fear what they do not fully understand. Without knowledge of hormones, reproductive biology, or modern medicine, Romans attempted to explain menstruation using the concepts available to them. Sometimes they observed genuine patterns. Other times they wandered into territory that resembles folklore more than science. What is particularly interesting is that these beliefs often tell us more about Roman fears than about menstruation itself. The female body was performing a perfectly normal biological function. The strange powers existed largely in the imagination of observers trying to make sense of something they did not fully understand. Meanwhile, Roman women still had laundry to do, meals to prepare, and families to care for. The crops, fortunately, seem to have survived. Yet menstruation was not only surrounded by superstition. In many parts of the ancient world, it was also connected to religion, purity, and sacred traditions. And those beliefs would shape the daily lives of women for centuries to come. As strange as Roman superstitions could be, they were only one part of a much larger story. Across the ancient world, menstruation was not merely viewed as a biological event. It was often connected to religion, purity, sacred spaces, and humanity's relationship with the divine. For many societies, periods carried spiritual meaning alongside their practical realities. This did not necessarily mean menstruation was seen as bad. Modern people sometimes assume that any ancient restriction automatically reflected shame or hostility. The reality was often more complicated. Ancient cultures frequently created rules around many bodily functions, including birth, death, illness, and sexual activity. Menstruation simply became part of that broader system of sacred boundaries. One of the most important facts about life in the ancient world is that almost every experience depended on wealth. Periods were no exception. When historians discuss ancient civilizations, it can be easy to imagine that everyone within a society lived in roughly the same way. In reality, the difference between a wealthy Roman noblewoman and a poor labourer's wife could be as dramatic as the difference between a palace and a cottage, because sometimes it literally was. For wealthy women, menstruation was certainly inconvenient, but they often had advantages unavailable to most of the population. Fine linen was easier to obtain. Private rooms were more common. Servants could assist with household tasks, laundry, and other daily responsibilities. If a wealthy woman felt unwell, she had at least some opportunity to rest. The same could not always be said for ordinary women. Across the ancient world, most women lived demanding lives filled with physical labour. Whether they were farming, grinding grain, carrying water, weaving cloth, tending animals, or raising children, daily work rarely stopped. A period might make the day harder. It did not make the day disappear. Consider a woman living in a small farming village. Before sunrise, she might already be collecting water, preparing food, and organising the household. Throughout the day, there were crops to tend, meals to cook, clothing to repair, and countless other responsibilities. Ancient economies depended heavily on manual labour. The human body was often the most important tool a family possessed. As a result, women learned to adapt. Menstruation became another challenge to manage rather than a reason to withdraw from daily life. Practical solutions mattered far more than philosophical debates. This difference between rich and poor also affected access to medical care. A wealthy household could consult physicians, purchase imported remedies, and experiment with treatments recommended by respected scholars. Whether those treatments actually worked was another matter entirely. Paying more for ancient medicine did not always guarantee better results. Sometimes it merely meant receiving expensive advice instead of ordinary advice. A poor woman, meanwhile, often relied on family knowledge, local healers, and remedies passed down through generations. These traditions were usually based on experience rather than theory. Ironically, they were sometimes just as effective. Perhaps the greatest difference was privacy. A wealthy woman might manage her period in relative comfort. A poor woman often lived in crowded conditions where personal space was limited and daily survival took priority over convenience. Yet despite these differences, women across every social class shared the same basic reality. Whether living in a palace, a city apartment, or a rural village, menstruation remained a regular part of life. And because periods were closely linked to fertility, they carried importance far beyond simple monthly discomfort. In the ancient world, they were deeply connected to marriage, family, inheritance, and the future of entire bloodlines. For ancient societies, menstruation was never viewed as merely a monthly inconvenience. It was also seen as a sign of health, a sign of adulthood, a sign of fertility, and perhaps most importantly, a sign that a woman might someday produce children. This connection shaped countless aspects of life across the ancient world. In societies where family survival depended on future generations, fertility was an enormously important concern. Children provided labour, carried on family names, inherited property, and cared for parents in old age. Without reliable pension systems or retirement plans, most people hoped their descendants would become their security. Ancient financial planning was often little more than, hopefully the children turn out responsible. As a result, menstruation attracted considerable attention. A young girl's first period marked a significant transition. In many cultures, it signalled the beginning of womanhood. Families, communities, and potential marriage partners often viewed it as evidence that a girl was entering a new stage of life. The exact customs varied from place to place. Some societies celebrated the event. Others treated it more quietly. Some incorporated rituals, ceremonies, or special periods of instruction from older female relatives. Regardless of the approach, first menstruation rarely passed unnoticed. Marriage was closely connected to these ideas. Ancient marriages were often arranged with family interests in mind. Love occasionally entered the equation, but parents were generally far more interested in alliances, property, social standing, and future grandchildren. Romance existed. It simply did not always get the final vote. Because menstruation was associated with fertility, regular cycles were often viewed as reassuring signs that a woman could bear children. If menstruation became irregular or disappeared, families sometimes worried about infertility. Without modern medical knowledge, however, determining the cause was nearly impossible. Ancient physicians frequently blamed mysterious imbalances, dietary problems, emotional distress, environmental factors, or any number of other explanations. Occasionally they guessed correctly. More often they displayed impressive confidence while being completely wrong. The pressure placed upon women could be substantial. In many societies, producing children was considered one of a wife's most important responsibilities. Fertility affected family status, inheritance, and social expectations. Menstruation therefore became intertwined with concerns about the future of entire households. Yet the reality was far more complicated than ancient people understood. Women experienced irregular cycles, health conditions, stress, nutritional challenges, and countless other factors that influenced fertility. Ancient observers often saw the outcome without understanding the underlying biology. Still, generation after generation, families watched for these signs, hoping for healthy marriages and healthy children. And as they did so, countless myths continued to grow around menstruation itself. Some were harmless, some were strange, and some survived for so many centuries that people continued believing them long after the ancient world had disappeared. If there is one thing human beings have always done exceptionally well, it is creating myths. Sometimes those myths explain the stars, sometimes they explain thunderstorms, and sometimes they explain perfectly ordinary biological processes in ways that become increasingly strange the longer you think about them. Menstruation inspired an astonishing number of myths across the ancient world. Part of the reason was simple. People could observe what was happening, but they could not see why it was happening. Without knowledge of hormones, reproductive systems, or modern medicine, societies filled the gaps with stories, assumptions, and speculation. And once a myth became established, it could be remarkably difficult to remove. After all, facts must be learned. Myths merely need to be repeated. Many ancient cultures believed menstruation gave women unusual powers. Unfortunately, these powers tended to sound less like superhero abilities and more like accidental agricultural sabotage. As we saw earlier, Roman writers claimed menstruating women could spoil wine, damage crops, dull metal tools, and interfere with various natural processes. Similar beliefs appeared elsewhere throughout history. Some people believed menstrual blood could protect against evil spirits. Others believed it attracted them. Humanity has always shown an impressive commitment to covering every possible theory. In certain traditions, menstruation was associated with the moon. This connection was understandable. Both menstrual cycles and lunar cycles followed roughly monthly patterns, making the relationship appear obvious. The moon became linked to fertility, womanhood, and reproduction in many ancient cultures. While the scientific connection was weaker than people imagined, the symbolism proved powerful enough to survive for thousands of years. Another common myth involved emotional behavior. Many ancient writers claimed menstruation dramatically altered a woman's temperament or judgment. While hormonal changes can certainly affect mood, some ancient descriptions make it sound as though women temporarily transformed into entirely different people. Ancient male authors occasionally approached the subject with the same confidence they brought to military strategy and politics. The difference was that many of them actually had experience with military strategy and politics. Perhaps the most enduring myths were those that portrayed menstruation as mysterious or dangerous. These beliefs often reflected broader anxieties about fertility, reproduction, and the female body. People feared what they did not fully understand, and menstruation remained poorly understood for most of human history. Yet there is something revealing about all these myths. They tell us far less about menstruation than they do about the societies that created them. The female body was doing exactly what it had always done. The confusion existed largely in the minds of observers trying to explain it. And while myths spread through stories and traditions, practical knowledge continued spreading another way, through women themselves, sharing experience from one generation to the next. That knowledge, unlike many myths, was usually grounded in reality. After spending centuries listening to ancient philosophers, physicians, priests, and lawmakers explain menstruation, it is worth asking a simple question. What did women themselves think? Unfortunately, this is where history becomes frustrating. Most surviving records from the ancient world were written by men. We possess medical texts written by doctors, legal codes written by officials, and philosophical discussions written by scholars. What we rarely possess are detailed journals from ordinary women describing their monthly experiences. History often preserved the voices of people who enjoyed writing about women far more than listening to them. Yet despite this challenge, glimpses of female knowledge still emerge. Across the ancient world, women learned about menstruation from other women. Mothers taught daughters, older sisters advised younger sisters. Midwives shared practical experience gained through decades of helping women navigate puberty, pregnancy, childbirth, and menopause. This informal network of knowledge existed alongside official medicine, and in many cases it was probably far more useful. An ancient physician might spend pages discussing bodily humours and internal balances. A mother teaching her daughter, meanwhile, could explain which cloth was most comfortable, which herbs helped ease cramps, and how to manage a period while carrying out daily work. One approach was theoretical, the other actually helped. Midwives were particularly important. In many societies, midwives possessed an extraordinary amount of practical knowledge about women's health. They observed hundreds of pregnancies, births, and menstrual cycles throughout their careers. While they lacked modern scientific understanding, they gained something equally valuable: experience. Experience tends to notice things that theories miss. A philosopher might spend years debating the nature of fertility. A midwife might quietly recognize patterns after helping generations of families. This practical wisdom often passed orally from one generation to the next. Because it was rarely written down, much of it has been lost. Historians can only reconstruct fragments, yet the fragments suggest women developed sophisticated methods for managing their own health despite the limitations of their time. They understood which materials worked best. They knew which remedies brought comfort. They recognized common symptoms. They shared advice with one another. Most importantly, they adapted. This adaptability appears again and again throughout history. Regardless of the culture, period, or social class, women found ways to navigate the realities of menstruation. They continued working, raising families, maintaining households, and participating in their communities. The ancient world often misunderstood menstruation. Ancient women generally understood it far better, not because they possessed modern science, but because they lived with it every month. And that distinction mattered. As our journey nears its end, we can finally step back and ask a larger question. What does the story of menstruation reveal about the ancient world itself? The answer is surprisingly revealing. Not just about women, but about humanity as a whole. As we reach the final stages of our journey, it becomes clear that this story has never been only about periods. It is also a story about knowledge, about who gets to record history, about whose experiences are considered important enough to preserve. And perhaps most of all, it is a story about how human beings try to understand the world around them. For thousands of years, menstruation was a universal part of life. Every kingdom, every empire, every village, and every city contained women managing the same monthly reality. Yet when we open many ancient histories, the subject is almost invisible. Instead, we read about wars. Lots of wars. Apparently, ancient historians could provide detailed descriptions of a battle involving 20,000 soldiers, but somehow neglected to mention how half the population handled a recurring biological process. Priorities were different. Or perhaps simply very male. The silence itself tells us something important. Ancient societies often focused their records on rulers, military campaigns, political events, and religious institutions. Daily life was rarely considered worthy of detailed documentation. The ordinary routines that occupied most people's lives were often left unrecorded. This creates a strange imbalance. We sometimes know the exact date a king signed a treaty, yet remain uncertain about what materials ordinary women used every month. History can be surprisingly selective. Yet despite these gaps, the evidence that survives reveals remarkable resilience. Ancient women managed menstruation without modern medicine, disposable products, running water, pain relievers, or scientific explanations. They adapted using the resources available to them. They developed practical solutions. They shared knowledge across generations. In many ways, they solved problems long before anyone fully understood them. That pattern appears throughout human history. People often learn how to cope with challenges before they understand the science behind those challenges. Farmers grew crops long before genetics existed. Sailors crossed oceans long before modern navigation. Women managed menstruation long before hormones were discovered. Practical experience frequently arrives before scientific explanation. The story also reminds us that intelligence and misunderstanding often coexist. Ancient civilizations achieved extraordinary things. They built monuments that still stand today. They created systems of law, mathematics, engineering, and philosophy that shaped the modern world. Yet those same societies sometimes believed that menstrual blood could spoil wine, frighten bees, damage crops, or influence the weather. Human beings have always been complicated. We are capable of building aqueducts and believing nonsense at the same time. In fact, that may be one of the most consistent themes in history. And as we conclude our exploration, one final chapter remains. After thousands of years of myths, theories, practical solutions, and daily realities, what can we learn from the long journey toward understanding menstruation, and how much has truly changed since the ancient world? And so, after travelling through ancient Egypt, Greece, Rome, religious traditions, medical theories, and countless generations of everyday women, we arrive at the end of our story. Or perhaps more accurately, we arrive at the present chapter of a story that is still being written. One of the most remarkable lessons from history is how ordinary experiences can reveal extraordinary things about humanity. Menstruation is a perfect example. For thousands of years, women managed their periods with whatever resources were available. They adapted to their circumstances, shared practical knowledge, and found solutions long before science could explain exactly why those solutions worked. Meanwhile, philosophers debated, doctors theorized, priests interpreted, and occasionally someone became convinced that a woman's period was responsible for the neighbour's failed grape harvest. History is full of surprises. Looking back, it is easy to laugh at some ancient beliefs: the wandering womb, the crop-killing menstrual powers, the mysterious forces supposedly capable of spoiling wine from across a room. Yet before we become too smug, it is worth remembering that future generations may one day examine some of our own beliefs with similar amusement. Human beings have always been experts at being absolutely certain, right before discovering they were mistaken. The difference today is that we possess scientific tools ancient societies could never have imagined. Modern medicine understands menstruation in ways that would have astonished Greek physicians and Roman scholars. Hormones, reproductive biology, genetics, and advanced healthcare have transformed our understanding of the female body. Questions that puzzled entire civilizations can now be answered in a single biology textbook. Although, admittedly, some students still avoid reading those chapters. Certain things never change. What has perhaps changed most dramatically is the willingness to discuss the subject openly. For much of history, menstruation existed in a strange position. It was universal, yet rarely discussed. Common, yet often hidden. Essential to human reproduction, yet frequently surrounded by embarrassment or misunderstanding. Today, while misconceptions still exist, there is far greater recognition that menstruation is simply a normal part of human life. And perhaps that is the most important lesson of all. Behind every ancient kingdom, every empire, every famous monument, and every great historical event were ordinary people living ordinary lives. They worried about their families, their health, their work, and their future. Women experienced periods while pyramids were built. They experienced periods while philosophers taught in Athens. They experienced periods while Roman legions marched across Europe. History continued because life continued. And life continued because countless women quietly managed realities that historians often ignored. So the next time you hear someone describe history as the story of kings and battles, remember that another history existed alongside it. A quieter history. A human history. And one that deserves to be remembered just as much. Now, as we leave the ancient world behind and return to the present, you can rest a little easier, knowing that while humanity has changed in many ways over the centuries, our ability to misunderstand perfectly ordinary things remains reassuringly timeless. Few figures from the Viking Age have inspired more fascination than the berserker. Long before modern historians began debating hallucinogenic mushrooms, strange herbs, or altered states of consciousness, people across Scandinavia were already telling stories about warriors who seemed to become something other than human when battle began. The accounts are difficult to ignore. According to medieval sagas, berserkers did not fight like ordinary men. Before combat, they reportedly entered a terrifying state of excitement. Their bodies trembled, their faces flushed red, their breathing grew heavy and uneven. Some growled like animals, others howled loudly enough to unsettle entire warbands. One description even claims they bit the rims of their shields while waiting for the fight to begin, as though they could no longer contain the energy building inside them. Then, without warning, they charged. Most warriors valued caution. Viking combat was dangerous, brutal, and unforgiving. A single spear thrust could end a life. Even experienced fighters understood the importance of discipline, positioning, and self-preservation. Yet berserkers seemed to throw those instincts aside. They rushed directly into danger, attacking with a level of aggression that shocked both enemies and allies alike. To observers, it looked almost supernatural. The sagas describe men who felt little fear, ignored wounds, and fought with extraordinary strength. Some stories claim they could not be stopped by steel. Others suggest they remained standing after injuries that would have incapacitated any normal warrior. Whether these tales were true or exaggerated, they left a lasting impression. For centuries, the berserker became one of the most feared figures in Norse legend. But there is a problem. The people who recorded many of these stories often lived generations after the events themselves. By the time the sagas were written down, storytellers had been retelling these tales around hearthfires for hundreds of years. And storytellers, whether in the Viking Age or today, tend to improve a story with every retelling. A brave warrior becomes an unstoppable warrior. An angry fighter becomes a raging beast. A frightening battle becomes a legendary one. Yet even after accounting for exaggeration, historians have noticed something intriguing. Many descriptions of berserkers share the same unusual details. The trembling, the shouting, the animal-like behaviour, the apparent indifference to pain. These similarities suggest that the stories may have been inspired by a real phenomenon rather than pure imagination. So what exactly happened to these warriors before battle? Were they entering a religious trance? Were they trained to push their minds beyond ordinary limits? Or were they using strange substances that altered their thoughts, emotions, and perception of reality? The search for answers has produced some of the most unusual theories in Viking history, and some involve plants and mushrooms that are every bit as mysterious as the berserkers themselves. Before we start filling Viking helmets with mushrooms and mysterious herbs, it helps to ask a simple question. What do the original sources actually say? The answer is both fascinating and frustrating. Most of what we know about berserkers comes from old Norse sagas and historical writings composed centuries after the Viking Age itself. These texts describe warriors who entered an unusual mental state before battle, but they rarely explain how that state was achieved. For historians, this is rather inconvenient. It is like receiving a recipe that says, "make a cake," but omits every ingredient. One of the most famous descriptions appears in writings associated with the Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson. He described warriors of Odin who fought without armour and behaved like wild animals. According to his account, they were as fierce as wolves or bears, killed enemies with incredible force, and seemed unaffected by fire or iron while their rage lasted. The comparison to bears is particularly important. The word berserker may have meant bear shirt or bear coat, suggesting some connection to bear symbolism. Other warriors, known as Ulfhednar, were associated with wolves. These animal connections appear repeatedly throughout Norse literature. Warriors were not merely fighting like bears or wolves. In some sense, they may have believed they were taking on the qualities of those animals. That idea immediately raises intriguing possibilities. Were berserkers participating in rituals designed to transform their identity? Did they enter battle believing that Odin had granted them the strength and courage of a powerful beast? If so, psychology may have played a larger role than any physical substance. What the sagas consistently emphasize is behavior. The warriors roar, they shake, they become aggressive, they appear fearless. Then, after the battle, many accounts describe exhaustion. Some stories mention weakness lasting for days after the fury subsided, as though the warriors had completely drained themselves. Interestingly, The texts rarely mention drinking special potions or eating strange plants before combat. Modern readers often assume such details must exist somewhere in the sources. They do not. This absence has created one of the great debates surrounding berserkers. If drugs or hallucinogens were involved, why do the sagas never clearly mention them? On the other hand, if no substances were involved, how do we explain the extraordinary behaviour described so consistently across different accounts? Those questions have led generations of historians to search beyond the sagas themselves. And eventually, many of them arrived at a bright red mushroom growing quietly on the forest floor. If there is one theory that has captured the public imagination more than any other, it is the idea that berserkers went into battle under the influence of hallucinogenic mushrooms. Specifically, a mushroom called fly agaric. Even if you have never heard its name before, you have probably seen it. Fly agaric is the bright red mushroom covered with white spots that appears in fairy tales, fantasy art, and video games. It looks almost too magical to be real, which may explain why so many people immediately found the theory appealing. The connection between fly agaric and berserkers became popular during the 18th and 19th centuries. Scholars began searching for natural explanations behind the legendary battle rage described in the Norse sagas. When they learned about the mushroom's mind-altering properties, some believed they had finally solved the mystery. At first glance, the idea seemed convincing. Fly agaric contains psychoactive compounds that can affect perception, mood, and behaviour. People who consume it may experience feelings of increased energy, distorted senses, unusual confidence, and changes in awareness. Some users have reported sensations of strength or invulnerability. Others described feeling detached from pain or fear. To a historian reading descriptions of berserkers, those reports sounded remarkably familiar. Imagine a warrior preparing for battle. He consumes the mushroom. His perception begins to shift. Fear fades into the background. His judgment changes. The sounds of the battlefield become distorted. His confidence grows beyond normal limits. Soon he is charging toward enemy lines with a recklessness that ordinary fighters find terrifying. It is easy to see why the theory gained popularity. The idea also seemed to fit broader patterns found across northern Eurasia. Various indigenous groups in Siberia were known to use fly agaric in spiritual rituals, ceremonies, and altered states of consciousness. Since Norse traders travelled widely across northern regions, some scholars suggested that knowledge of the mushroom might have spread through cultural contacts. The more researchers looked, the more attractive the theory appeared. A mysterious warrior cult. A mind-altering mushroom. Legends describing superhuman rage. It sounded almost perfect. In fact, it sounded a little too perfect. Because as historians examined the evidence more closely, cracks began to appear. The problem was not whether fly agaric could alter the mind. It certainly could. The problem was whether its effects actually matched what a berserker would need on a battlefield. And once researchers started comparing the mushroom's real effects with the realities of combat, the famous theory began to look far less certain than it first appeared. The fly agaric theory has one major advantage. It is exciting. A mysterious Viking warrior consumes a magical-looking mushroom, enters an altered state of consciousness, and charges fearlessly into battle. It sounds like the perfect explanation for berserker rage. The problem is that history is not obligated to provide perfect explanations. When researchers began examining the actual effects of fly agaric, they discovered several problems. The first issue is unpredictability. Unlike a carefully measured modern medication, wild mushrooms do not provide consistent results. Two mushrooms growing only a few feet apart can contain different concentrations of psychoactive compounds. One person might experience mild stimulation. Another might become confused, nauseated, or completely disoriented. That is not exactly what military commanders look for in elite shock troops. Imagine preparing for a battle where half your warriors become energetic and fearless, while the other half spend the morning vomiting behind a tree. It is difficult to build an effective combat strategy around that level of uncertainty. The side effects present an even bigger challenge. Historical and modern reports of fly agaric consumption frequently mention dizziness, muscle twitching, blurred vision, confusion, and impaired coordination. Some users experience periods of deep sleep. Others report difficulty distinguishing reality from hallucination. Again, these effects do not fit particularly well with the demands of combat. A berserker might have fought aggressively, but he still needed to recognize friend from foe. He needed to dodge attacks, maintain balance, and react quickly to constantly changing situations. A warrior stumbling around the battlefield while seeing imaginary animals is far more likely to become a casualty than a legend. Another problem is the lack of direct evidence. Despite decades of discussion, no Norse source explicitly states that berserkers consumed fly agaric before battle. Archaeologists have also failed to uncover clear evidence linking the mushroom to berserker rituals. The theory relies largely on circumstantial connections rather than direct proof. This does not mean the idea is impossible. Some historians still believe the mushroom could have played a role in certain rituals or ceremonies. Others suggest that occasional use may have occurred without being recorded. But most scholars today are far more cautious than their predecessors were a century ago. The famous mushroom theory has not disappeared. It simply lost its status as the leading explanation. As researchers searched for alternatives, attention gradually shifted toward another plant, one whose effects seemed to match the descriptions of berserker behavior far more closely. Unlike fly agaric, this plant was known for producing aggression, confusion, and violent excitement. Its name was henbane, and its reputation was far darker than any mushroom growing in the northern forests. As confidence in the mushroom theory began to fade, historians started looking elsewhere. If fly agaric did not fully explain berserker behavior, perhaps another substance did. That search led researchers to a plant with a far more sinister reputation, henbane. Unlike the bright red fly agaric mushroom, henbane is not the sort of plant that appears in children's storybooks. For thousands of years, it was known across Europe and parts of Asia as a dangerous and unpredictable herb. Ancient physicians used it cautiously. Folk healers feared it, and in large doses, it could produce terrifying effects. Some historians believe it may offer a better explanation for berserker rage than any mushroom ever could. Henbane belongs to a family of plants that contains powerful psychoactive chemicals. These compounds affect the nervous system and can produce a wide range of symptoms. Users may experience confusion, hallucinations, agitation, paranoia, loss of inhibition, and intense emotional reactions. In some cases, people become unusually aggressive. That detail immediately caught the attention of researchers. Unlike fly agaric, which often causes drowsiness or coordination problems, henbane's effects can include restlessness, excitement, and unpredictable bursts of energy. Historical records from various periods describe individuals becoming violent, irrational, or completely detached from normal behavior after consuming the plant. Those descriptions sound surprisingly familiar. A warrior entering a state of extreme aggression, a reduced sense of fear, unusual resistance to pain, wild and erratic behavior. The similarities are difficult to ignore. The theory gained additional support when archaeologists made an interesting discovery. Henbane seeds have been found at several Scandinavian archaeological sites dating to the Viking Age. In some cases, the seeds appear to have been intentionally stored rather than simply growing wild nearby. This does not prove that berserkers used the plant, but it does prove that Norse people knew about it. That alone makes henbane a more plausible candidate than some of the more speculative theories that have been proposed over the years. Even so, significant problems remain. Henbane is notoriously dangerous. The difference between a mind-altering dose and a potentially fatal one can be alarmingly small. Symptoms often include confusion, memory loss, blurred vision, and severe disorientation. A warrior under its influence might become aggressive, but he might also become completely incapable of following orders or recognizing what was happening around him. Once again, historians found themselves facing the same challenge. A substance might explain part of the berserker phenomenon without explaining all of it, and that realization led many scholars toward a surprising conclusion. Perhaps they had been asking the wrong question from the beginning. Maybe berserker rage was never caused by a single plant, mushroom, or potion at all. By the time historians had spent decades debating mushrooms and henbane, an uncomfortable reality began to emerge. Neither explanation fully worked. Fly agaric could alter perception, but its effect seemed poorly suited for combat. Henbane could cause aggression, but it often produced confusion severe enough to make effective fighting nearly impossible. Both theories explained certain aspects of berserker behaviour, while leaving many others unanswered. As a result, a growing number of scholars began considering a different possibility. What if berserker rage was not primarily caused by a substance at all? What if the secret lay in the mind? Modern psychology offers some intriguing parallels. Throughout history, humans have demonstrated an extraordinary ability to enter altered mental states without consuming any drugs. Religious ecstasy, trance rituals, extreme meditation, and even certain military training techniques can dramatically change how a person experiences fear, pain, and stress. The Viking world was filled with practices that may have encouraged exactly this kind of transformation. Many berserkers were closely associated with Odin, the chief god of the Norse pantheon. Odin was not merely a god of wisdom, he was also a god of battle, frenzy, magic, and altered consciousness. His followers often sought experiences that pushed them beyond ordinary human limits. For a warrior devoted to Odin, battle may have been more than a military activity. It may have been a sacred experience. Imagine spending years preparing yourself psychologically for combat. You participate in rituals. You hear stories of legendary warriors. You wear animal skins associated with bears or wolves. You chant alongside your companions. Your breathing quickens. Your heart races. The sounds of drums and shouting fill the air. Gradually, your normal identity begins to fade. You are no longer a farmer, hunter, or craftsman. You become the bear. You become the wolf. You become the warrior chosen by Odin. To modern readers, this may sound strange. Yet similar phenomena have been documented in cultures around the world. Soldiers, athletes, martial artists, and religious practitioners sometimes report entering states of intense focus where fear diminishes, pain becomes less noticeable, and ordinary awareness seems to narrow. No mushrooms required. This does not necessarily mean substances played no role. Some historians suspect that herbs, alcohol, rituals, and psychological conditioning may have worked together rather than separately. A small amount of a psychoactive plant might have enhanced a state already being created through belief and training. If that is true, then the berserker was not simply a drug user. He was part of a carefully constructed system designed to transform an ordinary man into something far more terrifying on the battlefield. And that transformation may have begun long before the first sword was ever drawn. If berserker rage was not entirely caused by mushrooms or herbs, another possibility remains. What if the most powerful substance involved was one produced by the human body itself? Today, scientists understand that extreme stress can trigger remarkable physical changes. When humans face danger, the body releases a flood of chemicals designed to improve the chances of survival. Heart rate increases. Breathing becomes faster. Blood is redirected toward muscles. Pain sensitivity decreases. Reaction times can improve dramatically. This is commonly known as the fight or flight response. For most people, the effect is temporary. A sudden threat appears, the body reacts, and normal functioning eventually returns. But in rare circumstances, individuals can enter far more intense states. Stories from modern battlefields occasionally describe soldiers continuing to fight despite serious injuries. Athletes have completed competitions without realizing they had broken bones. People trapped in emergencies have displayed extraordinary strength while rescuing loved ones. These events sound unusual, but they are very real. In such moments, the brain prioritizes survival over comfort. Pain signals become less important. Fear is pushed into the background. The body essentially says, "We can deal with the injuries later. Right now, staying alive is the only thing that matters." Some historians believe berserkers may have learned how to trigger this state deliberately. Instead of waiting for danger to activate the response naturally, they may have used rituals, chanting, breathing exercises, and psychological conditioning to push themselves into an extreme version of it before battle even began. This would explain several features found in the sagas. The trembling could result from a surge of adrenaline. The intense aggression could emerge from heightened arousal and emotional excitement. The reduced sensitivity to pain could be a natural consequence of the body's emergency responses. Even the exhaustion described after battle fits the pattern. Once the chemicals wear off, the body often crashes. Fatigue, weakness, and emotional exhaustion can follow intense periods of stress. Modern soldiers sometimes report similar experiences after combat. Interestingly, this theory does not require us to choose between psychology and substances. Both could have contributed. A warrior might have consumed alcohol or mild psychoactive herbs during rituals. He might have chanted with fellow warriors, invoked Odin, worn animal skins, and prepared mentally for violence. Together, these factors could create a powerful combination that amplified the body's natural chemistry. The result would not be a magical transformation. It would be something far more believable. A human being pushed to the absolute limits of what the mind and body can achieve. And if that is true, the real mystery is not what berserkers consumed. It is how they learned to unlock abilities that most people never experience at all. For all the theories surrounding berserkers, there is one problem that continues to frustrate historians. Archaeology is stubbornly silent. If berserkers routinely consumed special mushrooms, herbs, or potions before battle, we would love to find physical evidence of it. Unfortunately, Viking Age graves rarely provide such clear answers. Unlike a sword or a brooch, a plant does not survive very well after 1,000 years buried in the ground. As a result, researchers often find themselves working with fragments rather than certainty. A few discoveries have generated excitement. Henbane seeds, for example, have been uncovered at several Scandinavian sites dating to the Viking Age. Some were found in contexts suggesting deliberate use rather than accidental growth. Archaeologists have also discovered evidence of medicinal and ritual plants throughout Norse settlements. This tells us something important. The Vikings possessed considerable knowledge of herbs and natural substances. They understood which plants could heal, which could poison, and which could alter the mind. They were not wandering through forests randomly eating mushrooms and hoping for the best. Like most pre-modern societies, they accumulated generations of practical knowledge about the natural world. Yet knowing about a plant is not the same as using it to create berserkers. That leap remains difficult to prove. The same challenge appears when examining warrior graves. Historians have uncovered richly furnished burials containing weapons, armour, and symbols associated with status and warfare. However, there is no universally recognised berserker grave that definitively identifies its occupant as one of these legendary warriors. In many ways, this is unsurprising. The term berserker may not have referred to a permanent social class at all. It could have described a role, a temporary state, or a specific group of elite warriors whose identity left few archaeological traces behind. Some scholars even argue that the search for physical evidence may be leading us astray. Perhaps berserker rage was primarily cultural rather than chemical. A belief system does not leave behind bones, seeds, or artifacts in the same way a weapon does. Rituals vanish, chants disappear. Psychological conditioning leaves no fossil record. This means archaeology can show us pieces of the puzzle, but rarely the entire picture. It can confirm that certain plants existed. It can prove that Vikings used herbs. It can reveal how warriors lived and died. But it cannot tell us exactly what happened inside a berserker's mind as he prepared for battle. And that lingering uncertainty may explain why, after centuries of research, the mystery of berserker rage remains as fascinating as ever. After centuries of debate, dozens of theories, and countless pages of academic arguments, we arrive at a surprising conclusion. Nobody knows for certain what caused berserker rage. That may sound disappointing, but in many ways it is what makes the subject so fascinating. If archaeologists discovered a Viking instruction manual tomorrow that read, "Step 1. Eat this mushroom before battle," the mystery would be solved. Historians would celebrate briefly, write a few papers, and move on to the next puzzle. Instead, the evidence remains incomplete, forcing each generation to revisit the question from a new angle. Some scholars continue to favour the fly agaric theory. They point to the mushroom's mind-altering effects and its long history of ritual use in northern cultures. Others argue that henbane remains the strongest candidate because its symptoms more closely resemble aggression and frenzy. Still others reject both explanations. The sun is sinking behind the distant hills, casting long shadows across the wooden towers and stone walls of the Roman fort. For most of the day, the garrison has been a place of noise and movement. Orders have been shouted. Horses have come and gone through the gates. Soldiers have stood watch on the ramparts, drilled in the training yard, repaired roads, hauled supplies, and completed the endless list of duties that kept Rome's vast empire functioning. But now, something changes. Across the fort, a trumpet sounds. Its notes drift through the evening air, echoing between barracks and workshops. Every soldier immediately recognizes the signal. The working day is ending. That does not mean discipline disappears. This is still the Roman army, one of the most organized military forces in history. But for a few precious hours, the pace begins to slow. Along the walls, sentries prepare for the night watch. Fresh guards replace those who have spent hours staring across forests, deserts, mountains, or whatever frontier Rome currently happens to be occupying. Some soldiers descend from watchtowers with tired legs and stiff backs. Others climb the wooden stairs carrying spears and shields, preparing for a long night of vigilance. At the main gate, officers conduct final inspections. Wagons arriving late are checked before entering. Merchants hurry through before the gates are secured. Once darkness fully arrives, movement becomes more restricted. The Roman army takes security seriously, particularly on distant frontiers where hostile tribes may be watching from beyond the horizon. Inside the fort, soldiers begin returning to their quarters. The transformation is surprisingly human. Helmets are loosened. Heavy shields are set aside. A soldier who spent the day carrying construction materials stretches his aching shoulders. Another removes his boots and discovers once again that marching several miles while carrying half your body weight in equipment is not particularly relaxing. The smell of cooking fires gradually spreads through the fort. For many soldiers, this is the most anticipated moment of the day. Not battle, not glory. Supper. After all, even Rome's finest legionaries could spend hours dreaming about a warm meal. As twilight deepens, conversations begin to replace commands. The harsh rhythms of military life soften slightly. The fort remains alert, guarded and disciplined, but another side of Roman military life is emerging. The side rarely shown in heroic stories. The evening world of ordinary soldiers who, after a long day of service, simply wanted a place to sit, eat, and forget about tomorrow's duties for a little while. As the last traces of daylight fade beyond the fort's walls, soldiers stream back toward the barracks blocks that line the interior streets. The evening trumpet may have ended the day's major duties, but nobody simply collapses onto a bed and calls it a night. First comes the ritual of putting the army away. A Roman soldier's equipment is expensive, valuable, and absolutely essential for survival. Armour is inspected for loose straps. Helmets are checked for damage. Shields are leaned carefully against walls. Spears are stacked in orderly rows. A neglected piece of equipment could become tomorrow's disaster, and Roman officers were not known for their patience with careless soldiers. Inside the barracks, the atmosphere is very different from the formal discipline outside. Each building houses a group of soldiers who live together for years, sometimes decades. They march together, train together, and occasionally fight together. Over time, these men become something closer to a family, albeit a family that settles disagreements with considerably more shouting than most. The rooms themselves are surprisingly modest. Hollywood often imagines Roman soldiers living in grand stone halls filled with banners and shining armour. The reality was far less glamorous. Most soldiers shared cramped rooms with several comrades. Personal space was limited. Privacy was nearly non-existent. If someone snored loudly, everyone learned about it. And someone always snored loudly. Wooden chests contain personal belongings. Spare clothing hangs from pegs driven into walls. A few treasured possessions might decorate a corner. A lucky charm from home, a small religious figure, a letter from family, or perhaps a coin saved from a distant campaign. These small objects matter more than their value suggests. Many soldiers serve hundreds of miles from their birthplace. A recruit from Italy might find himself stationed in Britain. A Spaniard could end up guarding a fort along the Danube. The empire is enormous, and military service often carries men very far from everything familiar. As equipment is stored away, the mood gradually relaxes. Conversations fill the room. Some soldiers complain about officers. Others complain about weather. This is one of the great constants of military history. Whether in ancient Rome or the modern world, soldiers have always possessed a remarkable ability to discuss how much better things would be if someone else were in charge. Laughter begins to spread through the barracks. The day is finally ending. And as hunger starts to overpower every other concern, attention shifts toward the most important event of the evening: supper. By the time the soldiers leave their barracks and head toward the evening meal, darkness has begun to settle over the fort. Lanterns flicker along the main streets. Cooking fires glow behind wooden walls. The smell of smoke, bread and stewing vegetables drifts through the cool night air. For many soldiers, this is the best part of the day, not because the food is extraordinary. Usually, it is not. But after hours of marching, drilling, construction work, patrol duty, or standing guard beneath the sun and rain, almost any hot meal feels like a reward from the gods. Roman soldiers are expected to prepare much of their own food. The army provides supplies, but soldiers often work together in small groups known as contubernia. These 8-man units share living space, responsibilities, and meals. If one man burns the supper, 7 others suffer the consequences. This arrangement encourages teamwork. It also encourages strong opinions about cooking. One soldier insists the stew needs more herbs. Another claims it needs less. A third contributes nothing except criticism, a role that seems to exist in every civilization throughout history. Tonight's meal is simple but filling. Bread forms the foundation of almost every supper. Alongside it may be porridge made from wheat or barley. Cheese is common. Beans, lentils, onions, and cabbage frequently appear. Salted pork or bacon sometimes adds flavour. On fortunate evenings, there may be fresh meat from hunting, local purchases, or military supplies. The Roman army understood an important truth. Hungry soldiers are unhappy soldiers, and unhappy soldiers have a remarkable talent for creating problems. Wine accompanies many meals, though often diluted with water. Drinking pure wine is generally viewed as excessive by Roman standards. The mixture provides refreshment while making stored water safer to consume. As soldiers eat, conversation becomes louder. The formal structure of military life relaxes. Men exchange jokes, discuss rumours, and speculate about future assignments. Some boast about old campaigns. Others exaggerate encounters with enemies that become slightly more heroic every time they are retold. A soldier who once chased away a thief eventually becomes a man who single-handedly defended an entire supply convoy. Memory can be surprisingly generous. Yet beneath the laughter lies something more important. These meals create bonds. The men sitting around the fire may someday depend on one another in battle. Trust is not built only through training grounds and marches. It is also built through thousands of ordinary evenings spent sharing food, stories, and complaints. And as the bowls empty and the fires burn lower, the fort begins to enter its most relaxed hours of the night. As supper comes to an end, nobody is particularly eager to go straight to sleep. The barracks are warm, the fires are still burning, and for a few precious hours there are no roads to build, no ditches to dig, and no officers demanding that someone carry something heavy from one side of the fort to the other, for reasons that remain mysterious even 2,000 years later. So the soldiers sit. Some gather around small hearths. Others remain at the tables where they have just eaten. A few lean against walls with cups of diluted wine in hand. The atmosphere grows quieter than it was during supper, but far more personal. This is when the stories begin. Every Roman fort contains veterans. These men are easy to identify. They move with confidence. They know every shortcut through the camp. They understand which officers are strict, which are fair, and which should be avoided whenever possible. Most importantly, they possess an endless supply of stories. Whether all of those stories are true is another matter entirely. A young recruit might listen wide-eyed as a veteran describes a campaign deep in Germania. According to the veteran, the forests were endless, the weather was terrible, and the local tribes seemed capable of appearing out of thin air. Conveniently, the veteran himself always behaved with exceptional bravery. The same pattern repeats across the empire. A soldier from Syria tells stories about desert caravans. A cavalryman remembers hunting bandits in distant mountains. An archer describes a battle that somehow becomes larger and more dangerous every year he retells it. Nobody seems particularly concerned about accuracy. After all, a good story is worth far more than a perfectly factual one. The conversations are not always about war. Many soldiers discuss their homes. They speak of farms, villages, wives, parents, and childhood memories. Men stationed on distant frontiers often find themselves thinking about places they have not seen in years. For some, military service is an adventure. For others, it is a very long separation from everything familiar. The stories help. They make distant places feel closer. They remind soldiers that life exists beyond the walls of the fort. As the evening continues, laughter occasionally erupts from one corner of the room. Someone tells a joke. Someone else imitates an unpopular officer. This is usually done when the officer is nowhere nearby, a survival strategy that has remained popular throughout military history. Gradually, the conversations grow more thoughtful. The excitement of supper has faded. The fire burns lower, and as memories of home begin to surface, many soldiers find themselves reaching for something they treasure more than wine, food, or even stories. A letter from home. As the stories begin to fade and the evening settles into a quieter rhythm, some soldiers reach for their most treasured possessions. Not their swords, not their helmets, not even the pay they have carefully saved inside wooden chests. They reach for letters. A Roman fort might seem like a world of weapons, discipline, and military routine. But beneath the armour are ordinary men who miss home. And home can feel very far away. The Roman Empire stretches across 3 continents. A recruit born in northern Italy may find himself stationed along the Rhine frontier. A soldier from Gaul could spend years guarding a fort in Britain. Some men serve so far from their birthplace that they will never see their hometown again. Letters become their connection to another life. The Roman postal system is remarkably efficient for its time, especially when military matters are involved. Personal correspondence travels more slowly, but messages still find their way across mountains, forests, and seas. Eventually, news arrives. A brother has married. A child has been born. A harvest was successful. A parent has fallen ill. The letter might contain nothing more than ordinary details, yet those details are priceless. Inside the barracks, soldiers sit near lantern light, carefully unfolding pieces of papyrus or wooden writing tablets. Some read silently, others read aloud to friends. Not every soldier is fully literate, and it is common for comrades to help one another understand complicated messages. The Roman world leaves behind fascinating examples of these letters. At forts near Hadrian's Wall in Britain, archaeologists have discovered writing tablets that reveal surprisingly human concerns. Soldiers request supplies. Officers exchange invitations. Families discuss daily problems. One famous letter even contains an invitation to a birthday party. History books often focus on emperors and battles. The letters remind us that real people lived through those events. As one soldier smiles while reading news from home, another stares quietly into the fire. Not every letter brings good news. Months can pass between messages. By the time a soldier learns of a death, a marriage, or a family crisis, the event may already belong to the distant past. That uncertainty becomes one of the hardest parts of military life. Yet, the letters provide comfort nonetheless. For a few moments, a man stationed on a cold frontier can imagine himself back in the streets of his hometown, walking familiar roads among familiar faces. Outside, the night grows darker. Inside, the lanterns continue to glow. And while some soldiers read letters, others begin looking for a different way to pass the evening, one involving dice, wagers, and the possibility of losing tomorrow's pay before breakfast even arrives. As the letters are folded away and tucked safely back into wooden chests, the atmosphere inside the fort begins to change once again. The reflective mood does not last long. Roman soldiers, much like soldiers throughout history, possess a remarkable talent for finding ways to entertain themselves whenever they have a few free hours. And sometimes those ways involve making questionable financial decisions. Before long, dice begin appearing. Small bone or ivory cubes emerge from pockets and bags. Men gather around tables, benches, and even sections of the floor. Coins change hands. Wagers are proposed. Arguments about rules immediately follow. Some things never change. Gambling is enormously popular throughout the Roman world. Officially, certain forms of betting are restricted. Unofficially, soldiers continue gambling with a level of enthusiasm that would surprise absolutely nobody. A few coins might be at stake, or perhaps a share of tomorrow's wine, or a promise to perform an unpleasant chore. The exact prize matters less than the competition itself. Around the room, cheers and groans erupt as fortunes rise and fall within seconds. One soldier enjoys a brief period of success and begins behaving as though he possesses divine favour from Jupiter himself. 20 minutes later, he has lost everything and is suddenly convinced the dice are cursed. Nearby, another group entertains itself differently. Board games are common in Roman forts. Archaeologists have discovered gaming pieces and boards at military sites across the empire. Some games require strategy, others rely heavily on luck. All provide a welcome escape from the routines of military life. The fort can also be surprisingly musical. Not every soldier is a talented musician, but that rarely stops them from trying. A man produces a flute, another sings a popular song from his homeland. The quality of the performance varies considerably. Some musicians earn applause. Others inspire polite requests to perhaps stop performing immediately. Still, the entertainment serves its purpose. Laughter spreads through the barracks. For a few hours, the concerns of military service fade into the background. No one is thinking about enemy raids. No one is worrying about tomorrow's inspections. No one is carrying heavy equipment across muddy roads. Instead, they are simply enjoying the company of friends. Yet while most of the fort relaxes, not everyone has the luxury of joining the games. Outside, beyond the warm lantern light and cheerful conversations, soldiers are already taking their positions on the walls. The night watch is beginning, and someone must remain awake while everyone else sleeps. While dice continue rolling inside the barracks and the last songs drift through the evening air, another part of the fort is settling into a very different routine. The night watch is beginning. For the soldiers assigned to guard duty, the day's work is far from over. Across the fort, fresh sentries collect their equipment and make their way toward the walls, towers, and gates. Some carry spears. Others bring shields and cloaks to protect against the night's cold. Depending on the province, that cold can range from mildly uncomfortable to thoroughly miserable. A soldier stationed in Egypt may spend the night beneath clear desert stars. A soldier in northern Britain may spend it wondering whether the rain is falling sideways on purpose. The Roman army serves everywhere, and every frontier comes with its own challenges. At the main gate, guards carefully inspect the locking mechanisms before taking their posts. Once darkness settles fully, security becomes even more important. A fort is more than a military base. It is a storage centre, an administrative hub, and often the heart of Roman authority in the region. Losing it would be unthinkable. From the watchtowers, sentries stare out into the darkness beyond the walls. During the day, the landscape is familiar. Fields, forests, rivers, hills. At night, everything changes. Shapes become uncertain. shadows seem to move. A distant animal can sound surprisingly similar to an approaching intruder. Every rustle in the undergrowth suddenly feels worthy of investigation. Most nights, nothing happens. And that may be the hardest part. Standing guard for hours while absolutely nothing occurs requires a level of patience rarely celebrated in heroic stories. Historians love writing about dramatic battles. They spend far less time discussing the soldier who spent 6 hours staring at a dark tree and confirming that it remained a tree. Yet this routine vigilance is one of the reasons Rome maintains its empire for so long. The soldiers stay alert because occasionally something does happen. A traveller arrives late. A messenger appears with urgent news. A suspicious figure is spotted near the walls. The guards must be ready for all possibilities. Meanwhile, inside the fort, most soldiers have already retired to their quarters. The fires burn lower. Conversations fade. The streets become quiet. Only the sounds of footsteps, distant voices, and the occasional challenge from a sentry break the silence. The fort is sleeping, but it is never completely asleep, because somewhere along the wall, beneath the stars, a Roman soldier remains awake, watching the darkness, so thousands of others can rest safely behind the gates. As the night watch settles into its long vigil, the fort grows quieter than at any other time of day, but it never becomes completely silent. A Roman fort may appear asleep from a distance, its walls dark beneath the stars and its gates firmly shut. Yet behind those walls, dozens of small activities continue long after most soldiers have crawled beneath their blankets. The empire does not pause simply because the sun has gone down. Inside the barracks, some men are still awake. A few soldiers lie on their beds, staring into the darkness. Sleep comes easily after some days. After others, it stubbornly refuses to arrive. Thoughts wander toward home, future assignments, old battles, or tomorrow's duties. The human mind has always possessed an unfortunate tendency to become most active precisely when one is trying to sleep. Nearby, someone snores, loudly. Another soldier throws a sandal in his direction. The snoring continues. Certain military problems prove timeless. Elsewhere in the fort, officers remain busy. Reports must be completed. Supply records need updating. Messages received during the day are organised for dispatch. The Roman army is famous for its discipline, but that discipline depends upon an enormous amount of paperwork. The empire is conquered by soldiers. It is maintained by administrators with wax tablets. In the workshops, blacksmiths occasionally finish urgent repairs. A damaged buckle or broken tool needed for the next morning cannot always wait. The glow of a forge may still be visible through a doorway, accompanied by the occasional ring of metal striking metal. Near the stables, grooms check on horses one final time. Animals are valuable military assets. A cavalry mount represents a significant investment, and nobody wants to explain to a superior officer that an expensive horse became ill because someone forgot a simple task. Even the kitchens are not entirely inactive. Preparations for the next day often begin before the current one has fully ended. Grain is measured. Supplies are inspected. Water is collected. All across the fort, small responsibilities continue quietly in the background. Meanwhile, beyond the walls, the frontier remains unpredictable. A wolf howls in the distance. Wind moves through nearby trees. A river flows steadily through the darkness. The soldiers on watch continue scanning the horizon. Most nights pass peacefully. The gates remain secure. No alarms sound. No enemy appears. And that ordinary, uneventful success is exactly what Rome wants. Because while dramatic victories make history books, empires are usually preserved by countless quiet nights in which nothing goes wrong at all. Soon, however, even the last conversations fade away. The fort is approaching its deepest hours of darkness, and most of its inhabitants are finally surrendering to sleep. Sometime after midnight, the Roman fort reaches its quietest moment. The games have ended. The fires have burned low. The final conversations have faded into silence. Across the barracks, rows of soldiers lie asleep beneath wool blankets. Their shields rest against walls. Their weapons remain within reach. Boots sit beside beds, ready for another day that will begin far sooner than anyone would prefer. For now, however, there is peace. The deep hours before dawn possess a unique feeling inside a Roman fort. This is the brief period when military discipline, construction projects, patrol schedules, and administrative duties seem very far away. The empire itself feels distant. The noise of the day has vanished, leaving only the small sounds of the night. A soldier turns over in his sleep. Someone mutters a few words from a dream. Rain taps softly against a roof. The wind rattles a wooden shutter. These sounds become familiar companions during years of service. Many soldiers spend a significant portion of their adult lives inside forts like this one. Some arrive as young recruits barely old enough to shave. Others leave decades later as veterans whose hair has begun turning grey. Over time, the fort becomes more than a workplace. It becomes home. Not necessarily a home anyone would have chosen, but a home nonetheless. Long before its decline, long before gunpowder thundered across battlefields, and long before kings began questioning its value, jousting stood at the very centre of noble life. For several centuries it was more than a sport. It was more than entertainment. In the eyes of medieval Europe, jousting represented everything a knight was supposed to be. Imagine arriving at a great tournament during the 15th century. The roads leading to the city are crowded with travellers. Merchants sell food, ribbons and souvenirs. Noble families arrive with enormous entourages. Heralds announce famous competitors. Colourful banners flutter from towers and pavilions, transforming an ordinary field into something resembling a temporary kingdom. The excitement is impossible to ignore. Thousands gather around the lists, the fenced lane where the contest will take place. Ladies in elaborate dresses fill special viewing stands. Noblemen discuss their favourite competitors. Children dream of becoming knights themselves. Even common people, who will never wear armour or own a warhorse, push forward for a better view. Then the trumpets sound. The crowd falls silent. Two knights emerge from opposite ends of the field. The amount of wealth represented by these men is staggering. Their armour has been polished until it gleams in the sunlight. Their horses are covered in decorative cloth, bearing family colours and heraldic symbols. Months, sometimes years, of preparation have led to this moment. Each rider lowers his lance. The signal is given. The horses surge forward. For a few seconds, the entire crowd watches as hundreds of pounds of armoured man and horse accelerate toward another equally determined opponent. Then comes the impact. Wood explodes. Wood. Splinters fly through the air. The audience erupts with cheers. A successful strike can bring fame across an entire kingdom. A spectacular victory may attract wealthy patrons, advantageous marriages, or invitations to even greater tournaments. In many ways, jousting functions as the medieval equivalent of professional sports, celebrity culture, and military competition all at once. The best knights become famous throughout Europe. Their names spread from castle to castle. Songs celebrate their victories. Stories exaggerate their accomplishments. Occasionally, reality becomes almost impossible to distinguish from legend. Yet behind the pageantry lies something more important. People often imagine tournaments as elaborate games, but medieval society sees them differently. To kings, nobles, and knights, jousting serves a serious purpose. It rewards courage, skill, discipline, and mastery of mounted combat. In an age when armoured cavalry dominates warfare, the knight appears unstoppable, and as the crowds cheer another shattered lance, few can imagine that this golden age is already approaching its final centuries. The battlefield itself is beginning to change, and the knight does not yet realise it. The cheering crowd sees excitement. The knight sees opportunity. As the dust settles from another successful joust, it becomes clear that tournaments are about far more than broken lances and roaring spectators. Behind the spectacle lies an entire system that shapes noble society across medieval Europe. For a young knight, a tournament can change everything. Unlike the heroes of romantic stories, most knights are not wealthy lords ruling vast estates. Many come from minor noble families with limited land and limited prospects. They possess training, ambition, and expensive equipment, but turning those advantages into status requires visibility. Tournaments provide exactly that. A skilled competitor can earn prize money, valuable equipment, and widespread recognition. Victorious knights sometimes win horses, armour, weapons, or substantial ransoms from defeated opponents. In particularly successful years, a talented tournament fighter can accumulate a small fortune. Not bad for a day spent trying to hit someone with a stick. Of course, the stick is attached to a charging warhorse, and the person being hit is wearing enough steel to outfit a small blacksmith shop. Details matter. Beyond financial rewards, tournaments serve as networking events for the medieval elite. Noble families gather from across entire regions. Alliances are discussed. Marriages are arranged. Political relationships are strengthened. A tournament field often functions as a giant outdoor conference where diplomacy happens alongside controlled violence. Kings understand this perfectly. Many rulers actively sponsor tournaments because they reinforce the values that medieval society admires. Courage, loyalty, discipline, and martial skill are placed on public display. A successful tournament reminds everyone who belongs to the warrior class and why that class occupies such a privileged position. The military benefits are equally important. A knight's primary role is warfare. Maintaining combat skills requires constant practice, and tournaments provide a relatively safe environment to sharpen those abilities. Riders learn horse control, timing, balance, and lance technique. They gain experience operating under pressure, while thousands of spectators watch every mistake. In theory, today's tournament champion may become tomorrow's battlefield hero. For centuries, this assumption seems completely reasonable. After all, the mounted knight dominates European warfare. Heavy cavalry charges have shattered enemy formations for generations. The combination of armour, training, and powerful horses appears nearly unbeatable. Yet subtle changes are already beginning to appear. On battlefields across Europe, commanders are experimenting with new tactics. Infantry formations are becoming more disciplined. Long-range weapons are becoming more effective. The knight remains impressive, but for the first time in centuries, he is no longer the only military force that matters. Most tournament spectators fail to notice. The knights themselves often fail to notice. But history has already begun moving in a new direction, and eventually that change will reach the tournament field itself. The changes begin so gradually that many knights barely notice them. After all, tournaments are still crowded. Noble spectators still cheer. Champions still gain fame and fortune. On the surface, the world of chivalry appears stronger than ever. But beyond the tournament grounds, real battlefields are starting to tell a different story. The mounted knight remains one of the most formidable warriors in Europe. Covered in steel and riding a powerful warhorse, he is designed to smash through enemy lines with terrifying force. For centuries, that combination has proven devastating. Yet armies are evolving. Commanders are learning that discipline can sometimes defeat prestige. A peasant holding a spear may not seem impressive when standing alone. Place hundreds of those peasants together in a carefully organised formation, however, and the situation changes dramatically. The Swiss provide one of the earliest warnings. Their infantry formations, armed with long pikes, begin defeating forces that include heavily armoured knights. The sight is shocking. For generations, cavalry has been expected to dominate foot soldiers. Now disciplined infantry is proving capable of standing its ground. Then come the longbowmen. English armies demonstrate the terrifying effectiveness of massed archery during battles such as Crécy and Agincourt. Knights still fight bravely. Their armour remains impressive. Their courage is beyond question. Yet courage cannot stop every arrow. At Agincourt, mud, terrain, and relentless archery combine to create disaster for much of the French nobility. The battle becomes one of the most famous examples of how traditional assumptions about warfare are beginning to break down. The crossbow presents another challenge. Unlike the longbow, which requires years of practice to master, a crossbow can be used effectively with far less training. This makes military service accessible to larger numbers of soldiers. For many nobles, the trend is deeply unsettling. The medieval knight has spent a lifetime mastering horseback combat. He belongs to an elite warrior class that prides itself on skill, lineage, and training. Now, increasingly effective weapons allow ordinary soldiers to threaten opponents who once seemed nearly invincible. The implications are enormous. If infantry can stop cavalry, what happens to the social system built around mounted warriors? The answer does not arrive immediately. Knights continue to dominate tournaments. Noble culture remains centred on chivalry. Jousting still serves as a symbol of prestige throughout Europe. But a gap is beginning to form. The tournament field still celebrates the ideals of an earlier age. The battlefield is becoming something else entirely, and while knights continue perfecting their lance techniques before cheering crowds, an even greater challenge is approaching, one that will eventually make both the longbow and the crossbow seem almost gentle by comparison. The age of gunpowder is about to arrive. At first, gunpowder does not look particularly impressive. The early cannons of medieval Europe are noisy, unreliable, expensive, and often dangerous to the people operating them. They are slow to reload, difficult to transport, and nowhere near accurate enough to dominate a battlefield. Most knights probably view them with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. And honestly, who could blame them? If you were an armoured nobleman whose family had spent generations mastering mounted warfare, it would be hard to feel threatened by a machine that occasionally explodes before firing. Yet history has a habit of hiding major revolutions inside minor inconveniences. During the 14th and 15th centuries, gunpowder weapons begin appearing with increasing frequency across Europe. Cannons are first used primarily during sieges. Their early performance is inconsistent, but engineers continue improving them year after year. Slowly, almost invisibly, the technology gets better. Stone castle walls that once seemed invincible begin showing vulnerabilities. Fortifications that had protected noble families for centuries suddenly face a new threat. This development alarms rulers far more than tournaments ever could. A powerful castle is one of the foundations of medieval aristocratic power. If cannons can destroy walls, entire military strategies must be reconsidered. And that is exactly what begins to happen. Meanwhile, handheld firearms also start appearing on battlefields. The first examples are crude. Some resemble small metal tubes attached to wooden poles. Their range is limited, their accuracy is questionable, their rate of fire is laughably slow. Yet they possess one enormous advantage. They can punch through armour. Not always, not reliably, but often enough to attract attention. For centuries, armour and weapons have evolved together in an endless contest. Better swords lead to better armour. Better armour inspires new weapons. The cycle continues generation after generation. Gunpowder changes the rules. Suddenly, a projectile launched by explosive force can threaten even heavily protected warriors. The implications are unsettling. A knight spends years learning horsemanship, combat techniques, and battlefield tactics. His equipment costs a fortune. His training represents a lifetime of investment. A gunner requires far less preparation. This does not mean knights disappear overnight. Far from it. Heavy cavalry remains important for centuries. Tournaments continue attracting crowds. Noble culture remains deeply tied to chivalric ideals. But a seed of doubt has been planted. For the first time, people begin asking questions that would have seemed absurd a century earlier. What if the future of warfare does not belong to the knight? What if courage, noble birth, and mastery of the lance are no longer enough? As gunpowder spreads across Europe, the battlefield starts changing faster than the tournament field. And the gap between the two worlds continues to grow wider with every passing decade. The arrival of gunpowder does not immediately destroy the knight. Instead, the knight does what warriors have always done when faced with a new threat. He adapts. Throughout the 15th and early 16th centuries, armour reaches an astonishing level of sophistication. Master armourers in cities such as Milan, Augsburg, and Innsbruck produce some of the finest protective equipment ever created. Steel plates are carefully shaped to deflect blows and projectiles. Every curve serves a purpose. Every piece is crafted with extraordinary skill. In many ways, armour enters its golden age, just as the age of the knight begins to fade. The irony is impossible to miss. Faced with stronger weapons, knights commission heavier and more protective armour. Breastplates become thicker. Helmets become more elaborate. Additional reinforcements appear on vulnerable areas. For tournaments, specialised armour becomes even more extreme. Jousting armour and battlefield armour begin drifting apart. A knight entering a tournament may wear equipment designed specifically for a controlled collision with a lance. Massive reinforcing plates protect the left side of the body. Helmets feature tiny vision slits. Some suits become so specialised that they are practical only inside the lists. The result is impressive. It is also revealing. The tournament is increasingly becoming its own world. Meanwhile, beyond the tournament grounds, warfare continues evolving at a rapid pace. Armies are growing larger. Commanders are coordinating infantry, cavalry, artillery, and missile troops together. Campaigns require logistics, engineering, and disciplined formations. Success depends less on individual heroics and more on cooperation between different military units. The battlefield is becoming a machine, and machines reward efficiency. A heavily armoured knight charging with a lance remains a formidable sight, but battles are no longer decided solely by cavalry attacks. Artillery softens enemy positions. Infantry formations hold strategic ground. Firearms become more common with each passing generation. The speed of change is remarkable. A knight from the 13th century would still recognise the tournaments of the 15th century. He might struggle to understand the battlefields of the 16th. This growing divide becomes increasingly obvious to rulers and military commanders. They continue sponsoring tournaments because they are popular, prestigious, and politically useful. But fewer people believe that tournament success automatically translates into military success. The knight is still admired, still celebrated, still respected, Yet the tournament field is beginning to resemble a stage preserving the traditions of an earlier era. And like many traditions facing an uncertain future, jousting responds by becoming even grander, more colourful, and more spectacular than ever before. As its military purpose fades, its role as entertainment is only beginning to grow. As warfare moves in one direction, jousting begins moving in another. The separation happens gradually. A knight attending a tournament in the early 16th century would still recognise much of the sport practised by his ancestors. Horses still thunder down the lists, lances still shatter, crowds still cheer. Yet something fundamental has changed. The tournament is no longer preparing warriors for war. It is becoming a performance. This transformation is visible everywhere. Tournament grounds grow larger and more elaborate. Temporary wooden arenas become architectural masterpieces decorated with banners, painted shields, statues, and luxurious pavilions. Noble guests arrive dressed in silk and velvet. Musicians perform throughout the festivities. Feasts, dances, and ceremonies often last longer than the actual competition itself. A tournament is now an event. Sometimes it feels more like a festival than a military exercise. Kings embrace the change enthusiastically. For rulers, tournaments provide an opportunity to display wealth, authority, and prestige. A magnificent tournament demonstrates the prosperity of a kingdom in the same way a grand palace or cathedral does. The message is simple. Look how powerful we are. Look how wealthy we are. Look how splendid our court has become. No ruler understood this better than Emperor Maximilian I. He adored tournaments and actively cultivated the image of the ideal knight. Through books, artwork, and carefully staged competitions, he helped transform chivalry into a kind of living theatre. And theatre requires costumes. Tournament armour becomes increasingly decorative. Craftsmen engrave steel with intricate designs. Gold accents appear on helmets and breastplates. Some suits of armour resemble works of art as much as military equipment. The horses receive similar treatment. Colourful caparisons cover their bodies. Feathers, ribbons, and heraldic symbols transform them into moving displays of noble identity. Everything becomes more elaborate. Everything becomes more expensive. Everything becomes more ceremonial. Yet beneath the glittering surface lies an uncomfortable truth. The more tournaments focus on spectacle, the less relevant they become to actual warfare. A soldier carrying an arquebus does not care how beautifully engraved a knight's armour may be. An artillery crew is not intimidated by a particularly impressive feather plume. The battlefield continues evolving according to practical needs. The tournament continues evolving according to noble tastes. The two worlds are drifting further apart every year. Ironically, this period produces some of the most beautiful tournaments in history. Crowds are larger than ever. Royal participation remains strong. The pageantry reaches extraordinary heights. But sometimes a tradition becomes most magnificent just before it begins to disappear. And soon, a single tragic event involving a king, a lance, and a splinter of wood will shock all of Europe and accelerate the decline that is already underway. For centuries, jousting had injured countless participants. Broken bones were expected, concussions were common. Occasionally, a knight was killed. These dangers were accepted as part of the sport. After all, medieval and Renaissance nobles viewed risk as proof of courage. A tournament without danger would have seemed almost pointless. Yet in the summer of 1559, a single accident changed everything. The victim was not an ordinary knight. He was the King of France himself. Henry II loved tournaments. Like many Renaissance rulers, He embraced the ideals of chivalry and knightly glory. Despite the growing importance of firearms and professional armies, Henry remained deeply attached to the traditions of mounted combat. He participated personally in tournaments and took great pride in his skill as a jouster. In June of 1559, celebrations were held in Paris to mark a series of royal marriages and diplomatic agreements. The festivities included lavish feasts, ceremonies, and of course, a grand tournament. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. The king had already completed several successful passes in the lists. The crowd cheered. Nobles watched from decorated stands. Musicians played. It was exactly the kind of magnificent spectacle that Renaissance Europe had come to expect. Then Henry chose to ride one more time. His opponent was Gabriel de Montgomery, an experienced nobleman and capable jouster. The two men lowered their lances. The signal was given. Their horses charged. At first, nothing appeared unusual. The lances struck. Wood shattered. But as Montgomery's lance broke apart, a fragment flew upward. A long splinter slipped through the king's visor and entered his eye. The crowd immediately realized something was wrong. Henry remained conscious at first, but the injury was catastrophic. Physicians from across Europe were summoned. Even some of the most famous medical minds of the age examined him. Nothing helped. For days the king suffered in agony. Then he died. The shock spread throughout Europe. This was not merely another tournament accident. Kings were supposed to embody stability and authority. If a ruler could be killed during what was essentially a ceremonial sporting event, people began asking uncomfortable questions. Was the risk still worth it? Military commanders already knew that tournaments were becoming less relevant to actual warfare. Now rulers had a vivid reminder that the sport remained just as dangerous as ever. Many courts began reducing their enthusiasm for large-scale jousting events. Some rulers restricted participation. Others shifted their attention towards safer forms of celebration. Jousting did not disappear overnight. But Henry's death became a symbol. A splinter of wood had done what countless enemy armies could not. It had pierced the illusion that the tournament belonged naturally in the modern age. And from that moment forward, the decline of jousting became much harder to ignore. By the late 16th century, the decline of jousting was no longer driven by a single accident or a single king's decision. It was being driven by history itself. The world that had created the knight was disappearing. Across Europe, rulers were building larger and more professional armies. Medieval warfare had often relied on feudal obligations, with nobles bringing their own armed followers to battle. Now kings increasingly preferred standing forces that could be trained, equipped, and controlled directly. This shift changed everything. A medieval knight represented individual excellence. He spent years mastering horsemanship, swordsmanship, and the use of the lance. His value came from personal skill and social status. The new armies cared about something different: discipline, uniformity, coordination. A commander would often rather have 1,000 well-trained infantrymen who followed orders perfectly than a handful of noble warriors seeking personal glory. Firearms accelerated this transformation. The arquebus and later the musket continued improving. They remained imperfect weapons, but they became more reliable with each generation. More importantly, they were easier to train soldiers to use. Teaching a young nobleman to become an accomplished knight could take most of his life. Teaching a recruit to fire a musket required far less time. Kings noticed. So did military planners. The battlefield increasingly rewarded formations rather than individuals. Soldiers marched in ranks. Musketeers fired coordinated volleys. Pikemen protected them from cavalry attacks. Artillery supported both. Victory became a matter of organisation. The age of the lone heroic warrior was fading. Not entirely, of course. Cavalry remained important. Noble officers continued serving in armies. Courage was still valued. But warfare was becoming a science as much as an art. Jousting, meanwhile, remained rooted in a very different vision of combat. Its central image was still two armoured riders charging directly toward one another. It celebrated personal bravery, personal reputation, personal skill, all admirable qualities, but increasingly disconnected from the realities of war. To many younger nobles, military advancement now came through service in professional armies rather than success in tournaments. Fame was earned through campaigns, sieges, and command positions instead of shattered lances. The centre of gravity was shifting. For centuries, the tournament field had stood at the heart of noble culture. Now it was becoming a relic, a beautiful relic, a beloved relic, but a relic nonetheless. And as the 17th century approached, jousting faced its final challenge, not defeat on the battlefield, but something perhaps even more powerful: irrelevance.